Symbol of my slight disorganization. I apologize I'm late. Seeing we're at 6 o'clock and the recording has started. Welcome Vice Mayor and council members to this meeting for June 6th. I call it to order. And if Councilmember Nason would please read the land acknowledgement.
Yes. Pardon me. The city of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of Lishan. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The city of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Gary?
Here.
Councilmember McQuay?
Here.
Councilmember Nason?
Here.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Here.
And Mayor Jordan?
Here. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to the next item. This item regards the annual negotiation between the City Council and the City Manager regarding City Manager's contract. Is there anybody who would like to comment? It appears that one attendee has raised their hand. I'm not sure they've been admitted yet.
Actually, I got a message on my screen to say I can't allow him to talk because he's using an older version of Zoom.
Okay. I guess there's pandemic times. Not much to be done for that. Find a hold out just a moment. I don't know if you can go out and return with updated Zoom.
Jeremiah, can you perhaps exit and come back in, do what you usually do? Because I don't think you had issues before.
I'm not seeing that. Oh, I see a second,
Okay.
a second Jeremiah. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. So I'm just wondering if this is a closed session meeting. I think things like this should be available to the public. And the last meeting on the city manager review was a closed session. And I think that the city manager's review should be open session, you know, possibly even somebody making some noise in the background. It's kind of interrupting my comment. So, you know, it's just, again, you know, it's just the issue of transparency and how the city manager does things. You know, I remember your first meeting was a second reading of the city manager's raise, where she had cut jobs for the city and gave herself a raise. Also, so many vacation days. You know, and then the first agenda item was the old city council. You know, I just don't think it's fair for the community playing games like that, putting these agenda items after midnight when the city manager gave herself a raise. You know, that's pretty slick, you know. You know, that's just a move to where nobody sees what's going on. But I was there. I was the only attendee. I'm the only person in the community that knows the city manager's game of making it the last agenda item on the last city council, and then having it be the last agenda item on the new city council. So it's 2 readings. You know, a decision like that should not be split up between 2 councils. There should be both readings with the same council. You didn't have 2 readings at this council. You only had the 2nd reading. So that's kind of unfair. And I really dislike the fact that this form of government is council and manager form of government. That's a problem. I think our form of government needs to be switched to council and mayor form of government. The city manager has way too much control over Albany, and doesn't even really sound excited when she does her manager's reports. Kind of a monotone voice, kind of like doesn't even really care. I can't really get some passion behind her voice, you know. So I don't know what's going on here, but that's about it. Thank you for letting me speak.
I will say that just because people don't sound passionate doesn't mean that they aren't passionate. I've certainly been accused of that at times. And we are going into closed session because labor negotiations and contract negotiations are matters that require going into closed session. Yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you, Mayor. I would simply like to correct the record here, if I may. The city manager does not give herself a raise. I think repeating that over and over is a disservice to our city. And I just wanted to put that in the public record.
Thank you. And not seeing any other hands raised, I will see the council in closed session.
We had a closed session that was a little short of 7 p.m. And we had a time definite for starting the rest of the meeting at 7 p.m. So that's just a couple minutes from now. We have reached 7 o'clock. Welcome back, Council. Welcome, attendees, City Attorney. We will continue this meeting of June 6th. We are at the report on the closed session that occurred, and there is no reportable action to convey at this time. With that, we proceed to ceremonial matters. Councilmember Tiedemann kindly agreed to read the first proclamation, which is a proclamation regarding Elder Abuse Awareness Month. Vice Mayor Tiedemann, I don't know if your current situation actually admits of that still.
Yes, I'll be happy to. Before I do that, I'll state for everyone's benefit. I'm currently visiting my brother in London, where it is 3 a.m. So that is why I'm not on video, as I'm not the usual presentable self, and I'll be a little bit quieter when I'm talking so as not to wake the baby that's sleeping in the other room. And with that, I will read the proclamation. So, recognition of Elder Abuse Awareness Month, June 2022. Whereas victims of elder abuse include both men and women of diverse educational, socioeconomic, or ethnic backgrounds who have been victimized by strangers and or by persons they know who may occupy a position of trust, including family members, neighbors, friends, and others with whom the elder interacts. And whereas over 2 years after the 2020 coronavirus pandemic became a concern in the United States, it continues to impact everyone, especially elders, by making fragile living situations more stressful, thereby putting elders more at risk for their physical safety and well-being, making reporting suspected elder abuse and neglect more challenging, as well as giving those who commit scams an opportunity to morph existing scams and create new scams to prey upon the concerns and fears of vulnerable members of society in order to obtain their money and property. And whereas the Alameda County Social Services Agency, Adult Protective Services, and the Ombudsman Services of Alameda County respond to reports from individuals, concerned citizens, social service and health providers, and law enforcement representatives about elders who may be physically or financially abused, neglected, or exploited. And whereas the Alameda County District Attorney's Office, its Elder Protection Unit, and its Victim Witness Division provide a network of services to elders who are in danger of becoming or who have become victims of abuse, neglect, or financial exploitation, and whose services include holding community workshops to promote crime prevention awareness, assisting with locating services for elders, working with the Albany Police Department, as well as other professional and prosecuting cases of elder abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation. And whereas the Albany Senior Center provides a comprehensive array of services, as well as social and recreational programs to meet the needs of the elder population, thereby enhancing their quality of life and helping them to remain active, healthy, safe, and independent. And whereas the City of Albany recognizes that both the awareness of elder abuse and neglect, as well as reporting instances of suspected elder abuse, neglect, and financial exploitation, particularly in the stressful time of global pandemic, will help keep our elders and community safer. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Albany City Council hereby recognizes June 2022 as Elder Abuse Awareness Month and June 15th, 2022 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day in the City of Albany, in recognition of elders being valuable members of our city and having the right to live safely and securely in our community.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Tiedemann. And I welcome two members of Alameda County government as staff and a member of a legal nonprofit that assists seniors. Thank you for being here to share comments and thoughts and figuratively accept the proclamation. I'm sorry I can't be in person to hand it to you. I don't know if any, yes.
Cheryl, you're muted.
Right. Got it. After 2.5 years, you'd think I'd know better, right? But that's why I have a coffee cup on my desk that says you are muted. So, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, council members, and staff, and residents of the City of Albany, on behalf of DA Nancy O'Malley and our Elder Protection Unit of the DA's office, I want to thank you for once again issuing a proclamation recognizing June as Elder Abuse Awareness Month in the City of Albany. Although I have prepared proclamations regarding June as Elder Abuse Awareness Month throughout Alameda County for many years, the issues addressed in the proclamation still exist. Elders are still abused, they are still neglected, and they are still financially exploited. COVID exacerbated the situation by making it more difficult for APS, ombudsman, and law enforcement to make contact with possible victims due to social distancing requirements and actual quarantines. Usual lines of communication were interrupted with a temporary shutdown of numerous services. But despite that bleak picture, agencies and organizations found ways to keep people informed and stay connected. But the situation reaffirmed that in order to circumvent the challenges of anything, including a pandemic, we must work together. Agencies, nonprofits, and the community must all work together. Getting back to normal to remind the community that the issue of elder mistreatment is still exists is important. APS, Ombudsman, the DA's office, along with law enforcement and nonprofits such as Legal Assistance for Seniors are still all here and are working with the Albany senior community. Thank you. And now there are two other people here, Lisa Brand, who's the supervisor with Adult Protective Services, and Maria Palazzolo, who's a staff attorney with Legal Assistance for Seniors. Lisa? Lisa,
I unfortunately cannot hear Lisa. I don't know if anybody else can. I know my net.
I can't.
Okay, so it's not just me this time.
No.
You might check if you click on the caret next to the mute button. Sometimes you can select a different microphone. One of the very few tricks I learned over the last 2.5 years. About a month ago only.
Better late than never. right?
Trying. Those neurons aren't as plastic as they used to be, but.
Lisa, while you're trying to work that out, do we have Maria go ahead?
Yes, please, Maria.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
We can.
My name is Maria Pizzolo, and I'm an elder abuse attorney for legal assistance for seniors, providing community education programs, legal support, and representation to seniors and dependent adults in Alameda County. This proclamation recognizes the significance of elder abuse in our community, and legal assistance for seniors joins with you to bring awareness and provide remedies for those experiencing elder or dependent adult abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, one other idea. I've run into this before. My laptop actually has a mute button. It's F4 on my laptop. It's a microphone with a slash through it. I have inadvertently pushed that before. And when I've pushed that, it doesn't show up as muted through Zoom. So it's a long shot, but just sharing the tricks I know. Nope.
So, Lisa, if I may, no, I know you apologize. It's not your fault. It's the technology gremlins. And I'm not a part of Adult Protective Services, but I can tell you that APS works very hard with the seniors and dependent adults in the Alameda County community, that during COVID, the height of it, they had to find ways of being able to make contact with seniors. I know that several organizations, including Legal Assistance for Seniors and APS, would meet with seniors outdoors in order to minimize or reduce the chance of catching a COVID exposure. So I know that they have a dedicated staff that is hard at work. They are out in the community. They also participate in educational activities, as do I, as does Maria. So I'm sure, Lisa, you had other things to say, but she's not able to share them with us.
If I could ask, since this is an educational moment, for some, the Elder Protection Unit and the Adult Protective Services might seem the same. So I don't know if you could maybe say a few words to help people understand the relationship between the two and their jurisdictions.
They are two completely different entities. The Elder Protection Unit is part of the Alameda County District Attorney's Office, and it consists of deputy DAs such as myself, as well as several others, who focus on different forms of abuse or financial exploitation. We also have two victim witness consultants who also work with victims of abuse and refer them to resources. And our victim witness advocates also connect with Adult Protective Services. Adult Protective Services of Alameda County is a separate entity. It's under, I believe, Aging and Adult Services. Every county in California is required to have an Adult Protective Services division. They are not attorneys. They are caseworkers, social workers. They go out into the community. They are not only they are trying to help seniors who are either self-reporting or perhaps a relative or a neighbor or a friend has called APS, or law enforcement has, or perhaps my office has learned of someone and we in turn call APS. And they are trying to determine what services this individual needs. Is that person safe? Does that person need medical care? Oftentimes when they go out into the community, they may be met by a family member who refuses them access to see a senior or a dependent adult about whom APS has received a call. And while they might slam the door in the face of APS, Lisa likes to say they use the art of persuasion and try to talk their way in. And other times, though, they find that they need to contact local law enforcement and have local law enforcement make entry to do a welfare check on the elder or the dependent adult. APS refers seniors and dependent adults who need additional services to those services, whether it's in-home care, whether it's meals, whether it's medical, and if they suspect that there is a crime that has been committed, whether it's abuse, neglect, theft, whatever, then they also have a legal obligation to contact local law enforcement for local law enforcement to continue that investigation. So, Lisa, did I get it right?
I think so. Can you?
Oh, yay!
We figured it out. We figured it out. I think Cheryl gave a very good rundown on APS. So I won't repeat it. I do want to say thank you, Mayor Jordan, Vice Mayor Tiedemann, and council members. We're very grateful for the support of the City of Albany, particularly your fire and police departments, who work very collaboratively with us in trying to meet the safety needs of elders and dependent adults in your city. I will say too that I didn't hear all of what Cheryl had said. APS has increasingly also been drawn into trying to assist elders and dependent adults at risk of homelessness. The Home Safe program, which is a statewide initiative now, has provided funding to APS to try and provide housing navigation through contracts with housing organizations to either rehouse elders who have lost housing, to assist to try and prevent elders from being evicted so that they are able to remain in their home, and those types of efforts. So that's been kind of an expansion of the role of APS in the last year or two.
Thank you for taking on that expanded role.
Yeah.
It was fantastic that you were in place and ready to respond in that way. Mm-hmm. I'm interpreting, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that if somebody has a concern, or if somebody who is a senior themselves has a concern about how they're being treated or their situation, would APS be the first recommended call that they would make? Or is it?
I think if the imminent safety of an individual is at issue, then the first call should be to 911 to get them immediate help. Short of that, yes, calling APS is the first thing to do. Hospitals, when somebody comes in and there's a suspicion of abuse or neglect, have the option of calling either law enforcement or APS, and 9 times out of 10, they will call APS. I happen to be the intake supervisor for Adult Protective Services, so I review all calls that come into APS that turn into reports and eventually get assigned to workers for response. So we have an immediate same-day response, a 24-hour response timeframe. Our normal response timeframe, if there's not imminent risk, is a 10-day, 10 calendar day window to respond.
Thank you. Thank you for explaining that, and thank you all for what you do. And please extend our thanks, Albany's thanks, to your agencies and the staff therein.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do see that there is one attendee, member of the public, who has their hand raised. City clerk could admit them. I presume they have a comment regarding the proclamation. Yes.
Yeah, good evening. My name is Jeremiah. I'm a city council candidate for 2022. I have a few questions. So there was a lady, a senior citizen, a female here in Albany, and she was actually illegally evicted. And I actually housed her in my van at the Albany Library parking lot. And I was wondering why none of these services were offered for her. you know, Albany Cares wouldn't help her out. Albany Cares gave her the runaround like they usually do. And now, you know, I'm paying some of my own money for a place, a bedroom for her to rent. You know, why am I doing that when there's all these resources available? I mean, regarding Home Safe, you know, this lady was neglected by the entire city staff and police department. Actually, I got a cease and desist order on me, put on me by the manager, city manager, because I was advocating for her so much. And when a citizen like me is advocating for an illegally evicted senior citizen that's a female at risk. So I'm just wondering what happened, why there was so much confusion and there was no justice for this lady, and there still isn't, when all these resources are available. So I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's kind of like the city was doing elder abuse on their own citizen. And you know, she's been in Albany for a long time, over 10 years as a resident. She knows the fire department very well personally, and she did not get one service from the city of Albany. Thank you very much.
I suspect that our guests would not be familiar with that particular situation and likely would not comment on it, even if they were. But if I'm wrong, please correct me.
Lisa?
Well, we're not allowed to acknowledge publicly whether we've received a referral or not. If the gentleman would like to call our intake line at 510-577-3500 between 7:30 a.m. and 5 p.m. We do have intake workers that can take the information and we can see whether we may be able to assist this individual. But we cannot provide feedback on open investigations, confidentiality constraints, Welfare and Institutions Code prevent us from talking to reporting parties about the status of investigations. That's a constraint that we work under, but we may indeed be able to offer services.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. And with that, I appreciate your attendance tonight and wish you a good rest of your evening. We will
Thank you.
On to the next agenda item. Take care.
All right.
You too.
All right. Thank you. Next item is a proclamation regarding Juneteenth. Councilman Gary, would you please read?
Thank you, Mayor. This proclamation is in recognition and honor in the observance of Juneteenth for June 19, 2022. The City of Albany recognizes that June 17, 2021, Juneteenth National Independence Day became a federal holiday. Whereas the Constitution of the United States details the rights of all citizens based upon governmental principle, and whereas a new law was established commemorating the end of slavery in the year of 1865, created an educational component for Americans who knew very little about the Juneteenth celebration. And whereas the acknowledgement of Juneteenth is a simple reminder of the contributions that established the foundation and a creative movement within our country. And whereas this pivotal moment moves America forward, noting without omitting individuals who have artistically and intellectually brought significant change within the nation. And whereas the cultural footprints of Black and African American descents strive to dismantle derogatory labels that discredit their very existence. And whereas Blacks and African Americans' hardships have formed a resilient mindset of people filled with originality, faith, and fortitude. And whereas Yes to Juneteenth is our second annual live celebration in the city of Albany is dedicated to bringing our diverse community together. And whereas this Education to Celebration event provides a great opportunity for positive engagement that cultivates unity. Now, therefore, the Albany City Council does hereby proclaim and recognize Juneteenth in Albany, California. And then Tiffany Austin will speak. Thank you, Tiffany.
Welcome. Thank you, Councilmember Gary.
There we go. All right, let's see if I can get some light here. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to hear that Albany has taken these steps to incorporate all of American history. Black history is American history. And so I'm very, very happy about that, and very much looking forward to the Albany Juneteenth celebration. There are a lot of people, you know, who had a certain idea about Albany. And so, you know, some people had positive ideas and some people, you know, have maybe not so positive ideas. And so I feel like this is a great opportunity to draw a lot more diversity into the area where, you know, maybe there wasn't so much, and celebrate, you know, a great culture. So thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. And thank you for taking the time to receive this proclamation in a figurative sense. Maybe we'll actually meet someday in person.
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah, take care. Thank you. So with that, we'll move on to the city manager's report. If you would care to provide, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. A reminder that it is time to vote, June 6th. You can drop off your ballots at the vote centers in Albany, 24-hour drop box at City Hall. And thank you again, Anne, our city clerk, for helping me with the images. So yeah, right outside in our back parking lot. Very convenient, easy way to vote. So please take the time to do that important task. Also, the Albany Community Center is an accessible voting location for Alameda County. It will be open tomorrow, Election Day, from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And registered voters may drop off ballots or vote in person. The website to get all information on this particular election is AC Vote, which Anne has on the screen here. There are free indoor waste sorting containers distributed for Albany businesses. Last week, the city provided free indoor waste sorting containers to 30 businesses so that local business staff and customers can properly sort landfill waste, food scraps, and organic waste and recyclables. A second round of applications are now being accepted, so please visit our website at albanyca.org/recycle to learn more about this opportunity. Another opportunity, heat pump HVAC system rebates are now available. Please see our website here as posted. These are an incredibly efficient and can run both heating and air conditioning. I noticed today we're getting a little bit warmer again. Please check our website for the rebate amounts and also other information on the applications. We had a tax exemption and rebate help center through our Albany Cares program at the Senior Center. On Wednesday, May 25th, the department staff held their first ever in-person tax exemption renter rebate help center. And here's some images from that event. It was really well attended, and we helped 15 individuals fill out their forms and learn more about the program. There was also a postcard that was mailed citywide to every Albany address, and also on the city's website and e-notification. Overall, Albany Cares has received over 100 emails and phone calls during this application period. Another rapidly popular event that is thanks to the council for allocating the funding for the community grocery bag program. This is funded by the limited remaining short-term funds of the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. The event was held last Friday, and we had over 80 pre-registered individuals that included families, adults, and seniors. In total, we had 90 bags of groceries and 120 bags of essential items distributed. Another quick update on recreation programs. June 3rd was the official last day of our Friendship Club, which is our after-school program. That program is another very popular resource to families, with over 50 children being served through that after-school program on a daily basis throughout the school year. School year just ended, so now we're kicking off our summer camps and right back at it with camps through first through fifth graders and a wide variety of opportunities. So not too late to register if you check our website for information on those. Hopefully, as you've been out and about town, you've seen some banners about a new event or a change to an event that we'll have for 4th of July, which is a concert in the park at Memorial Park. A great band with a lot of variety and musical talents will be performing at Memorial Park from 11 to 2 p.m. This is supposed to be a casual event. Bring your own food and picnic and enjoy the park together and enjoy some great music. We'll also be looking to try and organize a couple more concerts in the park over the summer and early fall. There are a number of advisory body vacancies. These are positions on our different topic areas who provide recommendations to the City Council. Please check out albanyca.org/advise to find out more, including vacancies on the newly created, well, actually fully new Policing Commission. So please take the opportunity to check out the web page and things that you may be interested in. We had a great, sweet celebration for the Ohlone Territory signs. Thank you again to Councilmember Gary for making that event happen and for furthering the sign installation throughout the city. It was held on May 24th to recognize the 13 Ohlone Territory signs that have been installed at city gateways, and thanks to our Public Works Department for being able to prioritize that work. We were honored to have Karina Gould, the Confederated Villages of Lijon Nation, and the Sogorea Land Trust speak at the celebration. The COVID Small Business Assistance Grant Program is incredibly popular. We had the grant program closed on May 20th, and the applications are currently being reviewed by staff. Over 90 applications were submitted. So I applaud our businesses who are already busy with their primary responsibilities to taking the time to submit applications, and we hope to get in touch very soon with next steps. And two more items. This is a long report tonight. You will see that our pride flags are up with pride at city facilities, including City Hall, the Community Center, and the Shrine throughout the month of June for Pride Month. And finally, the Alameda County Public Health has required masking indoors again. So we are remaining on Zoom for the time being with our public meetings, and masking is required indoors at city facilities in line with this public health order. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. If anyone attending would like to ask a question about or comment on the City Manager's report, please press your raise hand button. You will have 1 minute. If you are on the phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9. Note this is for questions and comments on the City Manager's report only. If you have comments on matters not on the agenda, the time for those is next. In this and all comments and questions during the meeting, please address the council, not other attendees, and respect each person that has spoken. The council wants everyone to feel comfortable speaking and not be intimidated by others' comments or reactions. And I see one attendee who has their hand raised. Hello.
Hi, good evening, Mayor. I had I think one or two questions. Regarding the voting, how many precincts are there in Albany to vote? I didn't catch that. Are there any other precincts, at someone's house or in Memorial Park or at a school or maybe the community center? What are kind of the rules right now with precincts? I guess you can't have in-person precincts, so maybe it's kind of just this Dropbox thing. Can you just reiterate where the voting places are in Albany just for the public one more time, please? And that's it. I won't ask my other question.
Thank you. Perhaps if the city clerk is able, she could put back up the vote center locations. So my understanding is there is not precinct voting per se this year, in the sense that there has been in the past, where Albany had 13 precincts, each with their own voting location. Some of those locations were consolidated into the Veterans Memorial Building. Now we have vote centers. So you can see the two vote center locations, if I have that correct. I believe, as I say, those are vote centers where you can actually go inside, unless I'm wrong. Staff will correct me. And I don't know if actual assistance with voting is available at those locations. And then there's the drop box at City Hall that city manager mentioned. I don't know if the city clerk is willing to expand on what services might be available at these two locations.
It's full services accessible voting location. So it's a 4-day vote center. So it's open since Saturday. And people, like city manager's report mentioned, that people can drop off their ballot there, or they can vote in person at these two facilities. And as for the 24-hour drop box at City Hall, that's of course to just drop off your ballot.
And my recollection, and hopefully again, the city clerk will correct me, I think mail-in ballots went out to, again, all registered voters this year. And if somebody is to go to a vote center, they can either bring that ballot if they would like assistance in filling it out, instructions, or they would need to at least turn in that ballot if they have mismarked it in order to get another ballot.
Correct. They can have, they have a list there that if they don't have their ballot, their received ballot, then they can check their name there, and they can give them a provisional ballot at the vote center.
Okay, thank you. And a provisional ballot is they will count that last and check it against to make sure that there aren't two ballots coming in from the same voter, as I understand it. So thank you very much. And with that, we move on to good of the city. This is for attendees to provide the council comments, information, and questions on an item that is not on the agenda. Please raise your hands now. By phone again is *9. By state law, known as the Brown Act, the council cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda except under extraordinary circumstances. Rather, items raised may be referred to a future agenda or to staff for comment. And I see 3 hands raised. So City Clerk, if you could set the clock to 3 minutes, please, and admit the first speaker.
Good evening, City Council. Good evening, public. Thank you all for attending tonight. Glad everybody's here. I was wondering if maybe at a future meeting, the clerk or the manager can let the public know how many public attendees there are in the meeting. I don't know if that's violating any rules, but it seems like that might be public information. I don't know if I need to fill out a public records request to find out how many members of the public are here tonight. It would be kind of nice to know. I don't know if any other public really cares or would like to know, but I do. And I was just kind of wondering, what city council or city staff is doing to encourage public attendees or, public to participate in commissions or committees or local government. I think local government is really fun and interesting. And I think that's where most of the changes are made. You know, you don't have to be a senator. A lot of local stuff is great, you know. And one of the great parts about Albany is if you check out Albany's website and you go to the Civics Academy, it's just right there on the left. There's a whole taskbar for it. It's the Albany Civics Academy. And I think the last one was what, 2017? You know, it was a really long time ago. And the Civics Academy is a great thing for the public because it kind of lets the public know, you know, how the city government works and how the recreation center works, how the fire department works, how the police department works, you know, kind of the whole thing. And you can just go check out the videos online. You could YouTube Albany Civics Academy and watch the YouTube video for yourself. You know, any public out there, city council members, if you're not aware of it, you can check it out also. You know, it's great. And it's ran through the recreation department and it costs $10 per person. And there's 20 people for the class. And I would like to sponsor the whole class. I would like to pay the full $200 and just make it free for the public. Or maybe city council can use their reserve fund and spend $200 to make this program free for the public. You know, it shouldn't be about the money. It's about doing the right thing and getting the public involved. So, all right, everybody, keep up the good work. Looking forward to the Civics Academy and school zones.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Susan Schwartz, the head of Friends of Five Creeks, 25 or 26-year-old all-volunteer group working on Albany's creeks and watersheds and natural areas. This is just a, I guess, progress report. I want to encourage you all to walk along Cerrito Creek at the foot of Albany Hill while the very beautiful big cow parsnips are still blooming. This cooperation is going beautifully. Also walking along Codornices Creek, where things are not so smooth yet, but the university is doing and planning much more. I had a walk with them this morning about improving visibility. They're going to do some serious tree removal along their parking lot. They're doing regular patrols. It's really very encouraging. It's also a joy to see the kids playing in the fields, and the very last of the wildflowers, the ones along 9th Street, will be gone soon. This is the meadow next to the Little League field, and I hope you would take a look and think about how beautiful this will be when you finally build the trail there, now that the ugly berm is gone and we have wildflowers. We'll be out there this Saturday. We'll have a work party if you'd like to come. Weed Warriors will be there tomorrow if you'd like to drop by. And we are very excited about that your state grant to build that trail becomes usable on June the 30th, I guess, really July 1st. We would love to, we want to see that trail built. That's really the important thing. The one little thing I want to mention is that our big citizen science pioneering project this year, we expect to start in early July, will be installing some tiny little waterproof data loggers that send out their information on Bluetooth straight into a spreadsheet telling us temperature and whether there's water in the creek. Almost no one in this area is doing this now. If this works, it's a new product. We expect other groups to take it up. It's a wonderful thing for citizen science. We are very excited about it. Thank you very much. I hope to see you out on the creek.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm Christina Conrad, and I grew up on Adams Street in Albany, and have been familiar with Golden Gate Fields Racetrack since I was a child because my grandfather used to go and gamble there and drink and all that. But I never knew until a few years ago that horses have been dying there regularly since 1933. And I have reached out to you guys before. I have been informed that I'm well aware that usually local government can't do anything about it because it's a state regulated by the California Horse Racing Board. But I did want to speak up for these citizens of Albany, the horses who are dying. 3 died last week. In 1 week, 3 horses died at Golden Gate Fields and 7 so far this year. I know that horse racing has been legal in California since the Depression. However, the death and abuse of animals is not legal. Racetracks, they're supposed to be regulated by the CHRB, but unfortunately that very conservative board is filled with former jockeys, horse owners, and a chairman who is former director of the Equine Research Unit at UC Davis has benefited by publishing the autopsy and postmortem reports of dead racehorses. Needless to say, no matter how many horses continue to die at California racetracks, they've never once revoked a single license, and they refuse to penalize the racetracks in any way whatsoever. And God knows I've begged them, and other people have begged them in their meetings over the last few years since it became known that horses were dying there. Nobody knew before. So what I'm asking you as City Council, begging you to do, is to suspend or revoke their business license, because they do have a business license with the City of Albany, and as well as the Pacific Racing Board. I think they're the managers. They have a license in Albany too. Because it's the right thing to do. Take, for example, Gavin Newsom's bold example. He legalized gay marriage in San Francisco because it was the right thing to do. And it was not legal in the state of California. At the time, it was not legal in the United States, but it was the right thing to do. And he was following his conscience and truly representing his constituents more than ever before. So I'm begging you to represent all of your constituents in Albany, the horses and the feelings of all of your citizens, by penalizing Golden Gate Fields Racetrack and helping these horses. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Nick Pilch here. I was inspired to say that on my computer using a Macintosh and Zoom, I'm able to see the number of attendees in my window title. I see there are 26 attendees. I don't know if that's a feature that you can turn on or off, or feature that works on certain computers, but if you've turned it on, thank you for turning that on, because I agree that that's an important piece of information for the public. And I also do support the Civics Academy, although when it was running previously, it was mostly a city, it was mostly about a city government, or rather city staff, rather than any government. And I had suggested previously that the Civics Academy include government as well, both applying for appointed positions to commissions and committees, as well as running for public office. So I think that would be a great addition, and I do support starting it up again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do not see any other hands raised at this time. Okay, so I will take us to the next item, which is the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by one motion. By approval of the consent calendar, the staff recommendations will be adopted unless otherwise modified by the City Council. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or a member of the audience requests removal of the items from the consent calendar. And we will start with council members. Is there any council member who would like to have an item pulled from the consent calendar? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Mayor, I did have my hand up. I didn't know for the city manager's report of public comment.
I apologize.
if we could, give the public information about what's going on with the infestation on Madison Avenue. I know we got a report, but because that was publicized on the news, I think it would be befitting to let the community know of the good things that we've been able to mitigate that and how it's going, just to give them a heads up on that issue. So that's what I was requesting. But outside of that, the consent items, I would like to pull the 718 and 713. I'm sorry, 7-8, 713. Sorry.
Okay. I was like, whoa, we have that many consent items? I missed that. Thanks. Any other council member who would like to pull a consent item? And any member of the public? I do see some hands raised. And if you are pulling different items, I'll probably just have you comment now. If you are interested in the same item, then I'll have you probably comment now as well. So go ahead, please.
All right. Good evening, Jeremiah. I pretty much want to pull 7-1 through 7-10. I just have really short, brief comments or questions.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and deliver your comments on those?
So 7-1 was the minutes for May 23rd. I believe that was the closed session manager's report review or something. I was wondering if there was any information you can let the public know about the manager's report. 7-2, I'll do 7-2 and 7-3 together. It looks like almost a total of, it's $1 million. So the city spent $1 million in 1 month. More than $1 million. So that's kind of interesting how the city can spend $1 million in a month. Also, 7-4. I was wondering who's possibly going to, be next. Who's next in line to be appointed to the advisory body. Since someone resigned, I was just wondering if there was already someone in mind next to, that way there's not, 2 months go by or 3 months go by before someone's appointed by city council. 7-5, 7-6, and 7-7, and 7-8, I was hoping for some explanations. Maybe city council could let the public really know what those are, since they're, proclamations, like what is Loving Day? I don't know what Loving Day is. And if I didn't pull this item, city council would just say, okay, and pass it. And just nobody would have any idea what these are. And regarding 7-9, okay, really? Seriously, $1,500 to find 3 people to pick out some art? Come on now. Isn't that what the arts committee is for? It's a creative justice thing. So why don't you just let the social justice committee pick some art? Like, really, you have to spend $1,500 for people to pick some art? Come on. You could give students a scholarship for that, or help out the homeless. Also 7-9, I'm just kind of thinking what's wrong with what we got? This is a lot, $500,000, on a few things. Radios and an AED device, $500,000. You could buy a whole new ambulance for that. So come on.
Thank you. And there is another member of the public. Welcome.
Yeah. Hi, have we pulled 713? I'm sitting in the backyard. My audio is a little muffled today. Have we pulled 13?
Yes, Councilmember Gary pulled 13. If you would like to go ahead and comment upon it now.
Sure, I've talked about this in the past. I thought the Keynes-Adams bikeways was a silly idea from the onset. I can tell you it was very unpopular among the Keynes-Adams neighbors, but the city council certainly approved a pilot or a trial project. But I'm now concerned about how this project's getting started. Again, this is a trial project, but we have no criteria for evaluating, no definition of what success could and should look like. Also, the budget is incomplete. Traffic and Safety recommended that there should be a budget for the removal or adjustment of the project. There isn't any budget for that. Staff told us that there should be a budget for the initial evaluation. There isn't. I'm told now by staff that community development is apparently paying for this itself. That's a little concerning. And again, I thought this was a dumb project, especially for Adams Street. And I don't think it's off to a very good start. So those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. And I see some more hands raised. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Nick Pilch, Council and Mayor. Since we're speaking about 713, I'll go ahead and make my comments about that now. I strongly support this project. This project has been approved by the City Council for quite some time, and its implementation has been quite delayed. So I really support the City Council voting for and moving forward with this pilot project. And will be an important project to further alternative transportation in Albany and the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Brian Martin. I'm commenting on 713 since it seems like we're doing public comment for that now. And I wanted to urge the council to vote for it. I heard one concerned resident concerned about the cost to undo it all. And my understanding from looking at what the plans are is that just about all the painting on the road and the bollard is all stuff that would just stay there anyway, even if the plan were removed. Maybe a few pictures of bikes would be erased painted on the ground, and maybe a few signs would be unscrewed from poles that say it's a bike boulevard or something. But basically all the painting on the curbs and other things would pretty much stay the same. So it seems to me that the undoing it would be pretty trivial, and I think it would increase safety dramatically, or at least significantly, with the new signage and striping, and provide if the city is going to build thousands of homes in our neighborhood, the city needs to be doing some things, and homes that may have zero parking space. Many will have zero parking spaces. The city needs to do whatever it can to encourage alternative transportation. And this is one way to do that, and a significant way to do that, right next to the San Pablo Avenue corridor. So I would urge the city to vote for this. I only have one concern on it, and that's the parking that I've talked about before, how the direction people are parking. And that is something that Berkeley has solved. And so I don't really see a problem there. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there. You hear me?
We can.
Okay, cool. This is Amy Smollins. I live on Canes. Yeah, we've been talking about this Canes and Adams project for over a decade. It's something that's very simple. My neighbors support it now that they understand it. People on Adams support it. Many support it who understand it and understand what it isn't, despite some of the rumors. It's something that is similar to treatments that have been in Berkeley for decades, for 30, 40 years. It's safe. It makes riding bicycles safer. It slows down car traffic. It's proven to encourage active transportation, which, as the previous speaker explained, is very important. It's obviously important for us to aligning with Albany's climate action goals, try to get people out of their cars. The contraflow parking has also been commonly used for decades in Berkeley, and there have been zero problems. It's fine. It's safe for everybody. Let's please move forward. We've been talking about this for so long. Let's move forward for this very simple and proven way to encourage safer active transportation on the San Pablo corridor. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And not seeing any other hands raised, and just working through the items that were pulled. Towards the city manager's review, city attorney, I don't believe there's any reportable there. I see her confirming that, so we'll take that. In terms of $1 million a month being spent, I will note that the city's budget is over $24 million a month, so that's the kind of spending curve that you will see. It has also been 3 weeks since our last meeting, so this is a longer time period and more payments appearing on this agenda maybe than is typical. Let's see, 5.8, 7.8. Yes, I don't know if those who put any of the resolutions or the proclamations from 7.5 to 7.8 would like to say anything. There was a specific question about Loving Day. Yes, Councilmember Gary.
So for 7.8, I just wanted to see if before you signed it, if we can amend it and add the names of the victims. I didn't have time to do that. I think that is something that needs to be on there as it is on the previous resolution 7.7. Just want to make sure that everyone is included and feel that they've been represented in regards to what has happened in the culture and the community. So if we could do that, that would be great. That's all I ask for 7.8.
Thank you. So that can be part of the motion to approve the consent calendar, or at least as much of it is going to be in that motion. So there was a specific question about Loving Day. I don't know if Councilman McQuaid would like to say anything about that or not. Yes.
No, I think it's written on the agenda. I think it's fine, and I'd like to move consent.
Well, I do think we have item 7.13 to have comments upon still. Councilmember Gary pulled that and hasn't had a chance to talk to that.
So just 7.13 is just for voting purposes. That's why I pulled it. There's no questions. I think when we reviewed this before, I just want to make sure it reflects the same. Thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to address 7.10. There was a question about why the purchase of new radios for the Albany Fire Department. As it was explained in the staff report, the current radios are no longer being maintained by the vendor, so that if anything should go wrong with them, they are not going to have communications, which is a life hazard for the firefighters. As explained in the report, that's number one. Number two, cause of death of firefighters is failure of communication. So that is the reason for the new radio purchase. And I think with that, we've reached the moment for your motion, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I do need to stretch my motion a little bit to include the addition of the names of the victims on 7.8.
That's correct. And there was a request from Councilmember Gary to separate out 7.13. So would you entertain not including 7.13 in your motion?
Sure.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar, last item 7.13, and with the amendment to the resolution of 7-8, memorializing the names of the individuals who unfortunately were murdered in that event. City Clerk, could you please poll the council?
Mayor, there is a member of the audience with a raised hand when you were speaking. I know he already spoke on 7.13, but I think he raised it when it was on another item.
Oh, okay. All right. Please welcome them in. Thank you for noticing that.
Yes, thank you for noticing. Just briefly, since the Loving Day item was pulled, I wanted to just mention that to thank the city for honoring this. Particularly given what seems to be the Supreme Court maybe striking down a number of rights now. As you know, the abortion ruling is coming out in the next few days or weeks, and that would, my understanding is that the legal justification for a right to abortion is on the same underpinnings as a lot of these other rights, including the Loving decision. And so we may start seeing a lot of things reversed. And so I do thank the city for holding this up and honoring this at this time of year.
Thank you. And well, it's obviously on the agenda. Credit to Councilmember McQuaid. Thank you very much. So we're back to the motion, which is to move the consent calendar less item 713, and with the addition of names of the victims to 7-8.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
And in the interest of moving matters along, I will move item 7-13.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded to approve item 7-13. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, City Clerk, if you poll the council.
Councilmember Nason?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Councilmember Gary?
No.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid?
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you all. And this brings us to unfinished business. The first item of unfinished business is a potential revision to Albany's business license tax. City Council staff.
Thank you, Mayor.
Welcome.
We have 3 taxes on the agenda that I will be going forward and discussing. You talked about all 3 of them back at your April meeting, and this is a subsequent meeting for you to consider 3 different resolutions. I'm giving you a bit of background information so I don't have to repeat myself with each tax item. So with the first item, it's the business license tax, and as I mentioned, you considered it in April. The tax itself was last adopted in the 80s. And so what is before you in part is an update to the tax to modernize it and kind of put it into this decade. And then specifically the request that you made in April was to switch how the tax is based. Instead of being based on an employee count or type of business, what is before you is a tax based on gross receipts. We have prepared a resolution for your consideration, and we're looking to get comments from you tonight. And then it would come back at your first meeting in July for an opportunity to either adopt, or if there were more edits, we still have time to consider those edits and bring those back. So we're coming with these 3 taxes fairly early. So again, as I mentioned, the resolution is before you with the ballot language, as well as the update to the ordinance itself. And happy to answer any questions. I know Heather is also here, but the actual tax rate you discussed at your April meeting has been inserted into the ordinance.
And if you would, and thank you for the report, City Attorney, I think it might be helpful for people attending if you could relay, and I know it's on the agenda, but the rate schedule that the City Council asks staff to prepare the resolution based upon.
Sure. It is based off of gross receipts. So it is for gross receipts of up to $50,000. The tax is $25. Gross receipts that are between $50,000 and $500,000, it's $75. And then it's 0.1% over the $50,000. That would be an additional tax. If you are at $500,000 to $1 million, then there's a base rate of $525. And then the tax is also 0.2% over the $500,000. And then if you are over $1 million in gross receipts, you pay a base rate of $1,525. In addition, you pay 0.3% over your $1 million. So if you are just at a straight $1 million gross receipt, you are going to pay $525, as I mentioned, with 0.2% over the $500,000. So 0.2% on $500,000, the difference. So it increases depending on the size of the business.
Yeah, so it's essentially a graduated tax rate like income taxes. So questions, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I noticed in reading, I guess it's the code, it's old gender language with he, she. Can we go through and make it gender neutral language? I have some examples and I can email them to you, Mala, if that helps.
Absolutely, we can update it.
Okay. Would you like me to email you what I have?
Sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from other council members? Not seeing any. May raise their hand or give me the look. I will ask some questions. The ballot question as proposed indicates that this would be a tax increase. But I think as in the April 18th staff report, it was indicated that for some to many, to maybe even most, we don't know the distribution businesses, it would actually be a tax decrease. Would it be possible and legal to indicate that for some businesses it's a decrease and some businesses it would be an increase in the question?
Yes, I think we could. I think we just need to be careful on the 75 word limit, but we have some words to play with in terms of we have additional space.
Okay, thank you. And well, I have some interest in the possibility, it occurred to me since the April 18th meeting, that as a graduated tax and a tax on all gross revenues, which would include services which are not subject to sales tax, and therefore, potentially taxing that instead of just sales tax would be more equitable or advance economic justice. Would it be possible in one measure to both rescind the sales tax and to restructure and essentially replace the revenue with a change in the business license tax?
Yes, you could.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, most cities, so I did a look around at neighboring cities, 6-7 cities, and it seemed that most cities that levy on gross receipts, which is most of the cities, Albany, and I think there's only 2 other cities that are still taxing on employee in the immediate area, employee count. Those cities that tax on gross receipts taxed rental revenue from property at a considerably higher rate than they did other business revenue. And I don't know why that is. I just thought I'd ask if anybody knows why that is. I can just reach out to those cities and try to find out more about that. I'm not seeing anybody who obviously knows why that is, and that would make sense since we don't do that. Just to put some numbers on it, was most of these other cities, they charge over percent. Like it ranges, some are 1.4%, some are 1.4 to 2.4%, whereas the tax on other businesses is anywhere from 0.1% to 0.5, 0.6%. So it's substantially more. I don't know why they do that. Could Albany rebate, so to the extent that the business license tax applies to income from renting residences, could Albany rebate the cost of its business license tax to a household that has a low income that rents a residence? Could that be included?
I would double check, but I think it could. I'm just from our other taxes, as you can see further down, we have exemptions or rebates for very low income. It's on the EMS tax that you'll see in a couple agenda items. So I would think that was possible.
Okay, thank you. A part of the reason I asked is because just because it might be harder to calculate because it would only be a portion of the revenue that the property owner was receiving unless they only had one property they were renting. So logistically, it might not be viable. So I'm sensitive to that question. So we'd be interested in staff who would be responsible for administering it or contracting its administration, weighing in on that aspect potentially. And my understanding is the proposed restructured tax would only regard gross receipts for a business, the portion of a business's gross receipts that are in Albany itself. Do I have that correct? So in other words, if there's a business that's based in Albany and does transactions both in Albany and outside of Albany. It would only be the portion of their transactions that are in Albany that would be subject to this tax.
I believe that's the case. I don't know if Heather wants to join us, but I will double check as well.
Okay, thank you. And with that, I'll turn over an opportunity again if there's any council members who, yes, Councilmember McQuaid. You are still on mute.
I'm trying.
There you go. I love the idea of that mug, that coffee mug we heard about.
Maybe there should just be a box that says you are on mute.
Yeah.
Now I forgot what I wanted. Tristan, can you talk a little bit about, about rescinding the sales tax? I don't know if I missed it or if you didn't really explain it or.
Yeah, sure. I packaged it in a question, so understandable that flew right by. So my understanding from economic data is the higher the income of a household, the higher percentage of its income it spends on services rather than goods. Conversely, the lower the income of a household, the more it's spending on goods rather than services. And so sales taxes tend to hit lower income households more than higher income households. And so in that way, they work against economic equity. And so the thought was the city raises a certain amount of revenue from sales tax. What if we instead raise that revenue through a business license tax, which then tax all transactions, and therefore would incur a tax on services that are used by wealthier households preferentially, and therefore provide a little bit of relief to lower income households. So that was the general thinking behind it. I don't know if that was a clear explanation or not.
It would be interesting to know how much of our sales tax comes from people who don't live in Albany and how that would fit into that equation. And I certainly would want a whole lot more information on this and what the risks are if we were to do this before we were to move forward.
Absolutely.
And I should clarify, I think it's fine for these brief questions, but it's not agendized as a repeal of the sales tax. It's only the update to the business license tax.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think we can have more discussion around that in deliberation. And I will certainly bring it up again. So thank you.
And
yes.
I think somebody should take a quick look at state law on taxing services. It might not be, it may not be something we can do.
Well, when I say taxing services, I mean taxing all businesses. So for instance, orthodontia is a service. And I mean, it does have some physical components to it, but it's mostly a service. That's a business that has gross receipts. And so we get a taxing all those services, accounting, legal, all those professional services, we would get a taxing those just through our general business license tax. So it wouldn't be targeted at services, but it would bring services more in bounds so that so sales of goods and sales of services and everything else are basically on an equal field, unlike the way they are now. I don't know if that explains it, and we can try more maybe after public comments. Yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Also, I don't think I quite understood your thing about taxing the rental units. Would the low income rate, could you explain
Sure.
that? Please?
Yeah, so this business license tax would apply to revenue from rented property because that's a business. And to the extent that this tax would apply to the rented revenue, and it is possible that property owners would pass through if there's a tax increase, which the apply wouldn't be for owners that own 1 or 2 residences, but for owners that own 20, 30, 50 residences, they might have a tax increase. There's the potential that they would try to pass that through to the people that rent from them. And so my thought was, can the tax be rebated to, in proportion or proration for any households that are low income that rent from that particular business?
So my question would be then, and it'll come up again on the other rental tax or the other tax we have. how do you determine how much the rent is reflective of the taxes? And I don't quite know how to do that. Maybe Molly, you could help me here.
I think this rental component is fairly complicated, so I'm a little concerned about introducing this and potentially the other issue of a sales tax in lieu if we're looking for a ballot measure that would be adopted in the next month or so.
Thank you. Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. My only question was just what would constitute low-income families in this? So, but if we want to wait and just not deal with this unless you can answer right away.
Well, the standard, so very low income is 50% of area and median income or less. Low income is 50 to 80% of area median income. I believe this is, I believe the figures are put out by an agency of the federal government, county by county. So it's based on Alameda County, and it's statistics that are put out by, I'm sorry, I don't remember what agency, but a particular agency of the federal government. And so those are the numbers that we use already for our rebate and exemption schedule. Currently, it is very low income households that are eligible for those taxes that Albany has, for which a rebate or exemption is available, so that'd be 50% or less. The council has latitude, unless somebody tells me otherwise, to pick whatever threshold it wants to pick.
It seems helpful to keep them all the same.
That would make it administratively helpful. Unless there's any other questions, open it up to public comment. Welcome.
Oh, hi. Yeah. I wanted, since we're on the topic of business licensure, one of the council people, I can't remember who, it was either council member Gary or McQuaid, may have mentioned how many people who have business licenses don't live in Albany. Well, Golden Gate Fields, their owner, the Stronach Group, lives in Canada, and they contribute quite a bit of tax money, I'm sure, to Albany. I mean, they make millions of dollars, and I'm wondering if they're being taxed appropriately for, especially with all the atrocities going on. I'm wondering how they're paying. And I also want to bring up a more important question of how many deaths do you allow per business? And I'd like to request that Albany set some kind of number of deaths that they feel is acceptable per business per year before they revoke licensure. I own a business and I can't have any individuals die on my property. So I think fair is fair. We should all be taxed evenly. We should all be allowed or not allowed a certain number of deaths on our property. And I'd like to see more equality with the businesses reflected with the business licenses. And it's a privilege to have a business license. And if you're misusing it, you shouldn't have one, even if Albany's making a lot of money on it. It's blood money. So thank you for, if anyone has any comments about that, I'd love to hear it.
Thank you. And we will respond to comments to the extent we respond after they're all been completed. Welcome.
Yes, this is Brian Martin. It's hard to follow the details, but as a landlord in Albany, I think there are a lot of things to work out there, especially if you're thinking about the Golden Gate Fields and the Targets of the world or of Albany compared to the small businesses, and what kind of rate, how it would affect different size of businesses and small businesses like landlords. And there's little things in Albany, like there's the 5% trigger. We're not planning on raising the rent on anybody 5% in the next year, but if somebody is, and then the city adds on an extra 1% or 0.5% fee, then should the limit, at least for that year, the first year that's in place, be increase to 5 or 6% for the trigger for triggering not rent control, but whatever it's called in the city. So lots of things to figure out with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh boy, don't get me started on Golden Gate Fields, please. Wow, yeah, Golden Gate Fields needs to pay up, you know, and the city needs to adopt a better policy when a business makes over, what was it, $5 million or $10 million? I don't know, Mala. I don't know if you remember, it's the business isn't, there's a category, right? The business makes over $1 million, they pay this amount of taxes, 5 million or 10 million. I think 10 million was the cap. But, you know, Golden Gate Fields and Target makes way more than $10 million a year. I used to work at Target. So, you know, I was security there. I was TPS and APS. And, you know, we'd go around halfway through the day when the cash registers make, I'm not going to say how much, but once the cash registers hit a certain total, we go around with the treasurer there and we collect all the cash registers money and put it in the safe room. So yes, Golden Gate Fields and Target needs to pay way more in taxes. I agree for that, especially Golden Gate Fields. And city council. So basically the percentage you were talking about, the federal agency, you know, sure, the state has state laws and federal, but they're just guidelines. And the city can actually adopt our own municipal codes ourselves regarding our local government situations. So why don't we make our own percentages regarding the average tax rate of the, you know, county or whatever we want to go by for low income? Because I don't think that 50% is low enough, because it's the average of everything. And it's just not, that's countywide. That's still not local. We need to have more local things for very low income and income. And my last question, besides the fact that we could change that percentage ourselves, is that you're talking about one residence. Let's say a homeowner owns a house, and that's just maybe one single family residence. Well, let's say you have a homeowner that owns an apartment building. It could be 12 units in there. So is that tax the same as 12 units? 12 residences, basically. Is that tax the same as a single family rental property? Because you see what I'm saying? The one apartment building is one unit. So I just want to make sure, if clarification, if it's taxed on each individual apartment. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised, so bring it back to council. I think since I introduced a number of new ideas, maybe it'd be helpful for me to frame those up a little better. So that my exploration of replacing the revenue from the sales tax measure with an expanded business license tax measure to advance economic equity in Albany. I did meet with the finance director, which I appreciate and thank her for. And she had much the same take as I think Councilmember McQuaid did, or maybe Councilmember Mason. I apologize, I don't remember who said they want to see how, you know, more details of how this will work out. She said because the restructuring that is in front of us is based on estimates, because we don't know how much business revenue there is in Albany. She would not recommend taking that step at this point in time, but potentially take it in the future once we, if we put the restructuring in front of the voters and the voters approve it, then we will have real data as a result. And so we could take the step in the future of changing the rates in the business license tax to generate as much revenue as the existing business license tax plus the sales tax, and repeal the sales tax. So what I'm seeing is a two-step process, but I just wanted to make sure that that only works if a single measure can accomplish all those things, because if we put repeal of the sales tax on the ballot as a separate measure from restructuring the business license tax in the future, well, the repeal of the sales tax passes, the restructuring the business license tax doesn't pass, and we end up, not having as much revenue. So I've gotten the answers I need for that, and I will carry that forward 2 years, 4 years, whatever it is. It does have some implications for right now, but I'll get to those later. Yes, Councilmember Nason.
If there is a goal to do such an overhaul, the one thing that I would just flag as a concern is the impact on businesses of their need to plan. Economic projections, deciding where you're going to be, whether you can afford a particular space in a particular town. Taxes are part of the picture. And if we start changing it every couple of years to tweak this and that and improve it, we could have some unintended side effects. And in that regard, I didn't see anything here about this having been looked at by the Economic Development Committee, but I assume that it has. Do we have any feedback from Economic Development about this change?
The resolution was not sent to the Economic Development Committee that I'm aware of. I don't know if the rate structure was reviewed by them. I will defer to Nicole or Heather.
Not to Economic Development. The items were taken to the Financial Advisory Committee, and I know Heather's on too. Anne, if you can bring her on the screen.
I was under the impression that the change for the business license tax from per employee to a tax on gross receipts was actually on the economic development plan. Don't remember the name of it, Nicole.
That's right. Yeah, thank you, Heather. The Economic Development Strategic Plan as went through the Economic Development Committee a few years back and adopted by the City Council, includes this goal as one of the action items.
Yeah, I know this has been a goal of ours for some time, and I'm glad to see it moving forward. But I do think that sometimes the specifics of a thing can become an issue, and gathering feedback from the people who are most affected. It does seem like this is going to be a positive for the smaller businesses, but it just might make some sense to get some input if they're willing to take a look at it. I do know that the gross receipts tax in Richmond has turned out to be extremely controversial. You just see it. Complaints about it everywhere that Richmond people post on social media. There are arguments about the Measure U gross receipts tax that they passed a couple of years ago. So just a thought to kind of consult the business community as best we can before making the change. And also, if we really want to do this more ambitious substitution of the sales tax, I think we should try to give that as much thought as we can give as soon as possible, because I would be reluctant to see us tweaking this every few years and creating uncertainty for business planning. Thank you.
Are there any other thoughts from council members? And thinking about this two-step process, potential two-step process, I had the same concern as Councilmember Nason for changing all the rates. So the implication for the current proposal, if there was interest not commitment in taking that next step, would be to choose a rate schedule that would keep at least some of the rates the same. And I would suggest the rates for maybe the two smaller brackets. So the up to $50,000 and the up to $500,000 gross receipts bracket. And it seems like from the previous staff report, for certain businesses, as restaurants, which are high labor, the schedule that is in front of us would result in a really pretty tremendous reduction in the tax burden to small businesses, which is great. But it made me think maybe we don't have to cut it in, I think it was like 80% cut, something like that, pretty dramatic. Maybe we don't need to cut it 80%. Maybe we cut it 40% for the small businesses and 20%, now for the businesses up to $500,000, which would entail raising their rates a bit above what is in front of us at the moment, lowering the rates for the larger businesses for now, and that will leave us headroom, or leave a future council headroom if it wanted to substitute increasing the rates on the larger businesses to make up the revenue from removing the sales tax in the future. So that was my thought for the implication was, we have a pretty steep graduation currently in the schedule, and maybe we flatten that graduation out a bit so that I think right now it's 0.05% or $25 for businesses up to $50,000 and then 0.1% up to $500,000. Maybe it's 1.1% up to $50,000 and 0.2% for businesses up to $500,000 and then 0.25 and 0.3, and the 0.25 and 0.3 could potentially be raised in the future. It would take running some numbers, but it's a suggestion to have staff look at, how would we flatten out this schedule a little bit so that we could keep the lower tier rates the same in the future and only raise the upper tier rates. Is there any, yes, Councilor McQuaid, I saw you went off. Yeah, your hand is raised, yes.
Thank you. I'm not really in favor of eliminating the sales tax, and not only not now, but I'm not sure of the benefit going forward. And for reasons of moving this along a little bit tonight and at our next meeting, perhaps we could just get a sense of council if there's an interest in doing that. And if there is, fine, then we should be spending the time on it. But if there really isn't, then we should sort of pull that away for the close foreseeable future.
I appreciate that. So I see Vice Mayor Tiemann.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting suggestion, and not surprising for you, Mayor Jordan. You've been very focused on making our tax system more progressive, which I think is a very good goal. I think it's something I'd very much like to keep exploring. But I'm perfectly comfortable with having this go forward as it is. As I think the steep graduation we considered, and there were some good reasons to do. If we need to change it later, if we want to make this pretty big change of eliminating sales tax and doing something else, then I think we sell that as a big change on its own, and not try and suit this, which has been a process going on for a little while to in this form to suit a possible idea a little bit later on.
I guess my concern with that is if we cut taxes so dramatically for probably the majority of businesses, given these are usually normally distributed by gross receipts per business, and then we propose raising it in the future, that doesn't provide the stability that Councilmember Nason suggested, and it also doesn't provide the likely political opportunity to make that change in the future. In other words, if we're only going to raise the rates on the largest businesses by gross receipts, that's going to generate, understandably, less opposition than if we are going to raise the license rates on all businesses in the future. Some businesses, in some ways would see a reduction because their prices would go down, their sales prices would go down because the sales tax would go down, but they don't really pay that anyway. collect that. The consumer sees that. So, but I'm not seeing a lot of appetite for trying to raise the lowest rates up and move the highest rates down a little bit, or have staff explore that. Yeah.
On the idea, I mean, in my thinking, it's, I mean, if you are substituting one tax for another eventually, then at least in theory, we're hopefully not, we're essentially keeping the tax burden on the business pretty much the same. We're just putting it in a different place. So while it may be on paper an increase, it wouldn't be, in actuality, which I think is what you just were getting at of, it's usually we're replacing something that's passed through directly to something that's a little bit less direct for the consumer.
Thank you. I see my camera just glitched, so I'll fix that in a moment. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the business. So businesses that sell tangible goods, if the sales tax if that revenue was recovered by spreading it out across all gross receipts, those businesses would see a net decrease in the amount of tax that they remit essentially to the city. Although business license tax is kind of fundamentally different than a sales tax, because the sales tax is collected by the business, but it's not built into the price of the product that they're selling. It's added on afterwards, and consumers understand that. Whereas business license tax, they would build into the price potentially to pass it on to the consumer. And then businesses that don't deal in goods, that have gross receipts less than $500,000, say, that don't deal primarily in goods, they would just see a pure increase. So if the sales tax went away, that would not provide any kind of price relief for their customers. It would be essentially an increase for their product.
I missed the original meeting on these and did not realize that this was a major tax cut for businesses. And it sounds good, but I don't want to do something where a benefit is created and then try to take it away a little while later. I think it would be wiser to keep the existing rates for the bulk of the payors close to what they're paying now, even if it's structured differently, and then have the option of making a tax cut later if it's part of a complete package that makes sense in the context of getting rid of the sales tax.
Yeah, I think a hybrid would be complicated. I first got tipped to this by when I was campaigning for the property tax for sidewalk repair, and talked about it with the owner operator of Toy Go Round. That was the first time I was surprised that business taxes were based on number of employees, and she told me what the amount was, and it was, for businesses that size, not insubstantial. And so to keep the current amount would necessarily require keeping the tax based on headcount for businesses of some size and then gross receipts for businesses of another size. And I just don't think that hybrid would be very workable, which is why I'm suggesting instead of, cutting the business license tax 80% or something for the smallest businesses, maybe we cut it 60% instead, or 50%, just like I say, just take our ramp that we have now in front of us and kind of flatten out a little bit so that we can then steepen the upper part of it later on to replace the sales tax revenue. So the suggestion would be to direct staff to take a look at what a rate schedule would look like that accomplishes that goal of a flatter rate schedule with the rates. Because I don't know what, I didn't get the data. I didn't ask for what is the balance of large businesses versus small businesses, and it depends upon the ratio between those two, how you can change the rates to still accomplish the desired revenue amount. Yes.
I would agree. I think we need more information in order to make this a sound tax measure, because there are some missing components. We definitely want to see what the tax is forecasted for 2024. So I think additional information will help us.
Yeah, in that regard, my understanding from the staff report was that the staff estimated that the schedule that's in front of us would generate $1 million a year, if I have that right. Okay. Which would be a slight increase in revenue over the current business license tax structure. Now that was for next year, presumably not 2024. But that was available in the staff report. So I guess what I'm looking for is support to ask staff to look at a bit flatter of a rate schedule, one that conceivably would keep the rate on the smallest businesses still providing a cut, like they did for most, again, depending on head count for those businesses, and then not necessarily require increasing that rate in the future, should we want to bring in replace the sales tax revenue. I think that's two of us support that idea.
No, getting more information. I definitely, I would be supportive of looking at that, although I'm not saying that I would necessarily support that concept, but I would support getting a little more information on that. And do we have a chart of cities nearby that, our surrounding cities, what their gross receipts taxes look like, or is it?
Funny you should ask that. I can share a screen with what I came up with. Hopefully, are you seeing an Excel sheet at the moment?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So this is, I'll zoom it in here. So you can see for some, it's flat, all businesses both by sector and by size, same rate. Other cities, it varies both by sector and by size. So I didn't include all those details of, what it is for each sector, how it ramps gradient for each size, but you can see for the larger cities, it's ramp, and for the smaller cities, it's a constant rate. Here's the rental I was talking about. So most of the cities that have gone to gross receipts, tax rental revenue, property rental revenue can at a considerably higher rate than they do other business revenue. Emeryville is the only exception to that. So, and here's all the links. I can send this spreadsheet around because it's got the links if anybody wants to explore further in the details of.
Yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, sure. Yeah, so you can see what we're proposing is currently the schedule that's in front of us, I guess, is tax at obviously at a little bit higher rate for some businesses, or a lot higher rate, 0.3 versus 0.1. It's about perhaps equal to Piedmont without Piedmont having that gradient. And it's a lower rate than the larger cities that really have a gradient built in. All right. I think we have at least 3 who are interested in getting that, having staff look at a proposed different rate schedule. And I'd be happy to work with staff on that since I'm sort of generating this idea. And let's see what else. I think there was a suggestion to take this to economic development. That seems like a good suggestion to me. If there's potential for that to happen in time. I think economic development meets this week though, right?
Looks like their next meeting is July 7th, so I'll double check if they have anything pressing on that agenda. Obviously, This is time sensitive, so they'd have one opportunity to discuss.
Yeah, great, thanks. And then there were some questions that came up in comments. to my knowledge, it's not an issue of where the company is based, whether it would be subject to this tax. It's an issue of, does it have transactions in Albany, and the portion of its transactions in Albany will be taxed, whether it's Golden Gate Fields, Target, whatever company it is. Should Albany raising this tax rate cause a raise in the ceiling of the allowable rental increase per year? My understanding is that allowable ceiling on how much rent can be increased in a year is set in state law. Albany doesn't have control over that. My memory is it's 5% per year plus CPI. I think up to a certain inflation level. I think that might have been 3%. So the maximum would be 8%, if I remember correctly, in which case, this year would be 8% given inflation. So I don't think we have any latitude to change that ceiling since it's set in state law. And there was a question, would a 12 residence building be taxed the same absolute amount as a single residence that was being rented? If this goes forward, it would be a tax on the gross receipts. So to the extent a building with 12 residences generates substantially more gross income for the owner of the building per year, they would be paying more dollars in taxes in a year than the owner of a single residence that was being rented out in general. So with that, I will look to staff. You think you have at least muddy direction? Hopefully a little clearer than that, maybe turbid direction. Okay. All right. And with that, we'll move on to the vacancy tax. If City Attorney, you would take us to the vacancy tax. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Jordan. The vacancy tax was something that came about because, and I'll speak first to the commercial vacancy tax. It came about as an item that was included on your strategic plan. It is listed as Goal 4, Objective 3. It is to maintain an attractive atmosphere in the business district. And Work Plan Item 2 was to implement a vacancy maintenance plan holding owners accountable and consider a vacancy tax. So because it showed up on your strategic plan, we discussed it at your April meeting along with the other two taxes, and it came forward as only a commercial vacancy tax. At that meeting, you did request that we bring back information on a residential vacancy tax component. And so we have agendized this to discuss both the commercial vacancy tax and the residential vacancy tax. However, what is in your packet prepared is only a commercial vacancy tax resolution. With regard to a residential vacancy tax, only Oakland has adopted such a residential vacancy tax in the state. San Francisco is considering placing one on the ballot for this election. Oakland, if you recall, both Oakland and San Francisco have commercial vacancy taxes, but only Oakland has a residential tax. The point of Oakland's residential tax was to address vacant properties that were negatively impacting the community because they were attracting crime, blight, and illegal dumping. There was approximately 2,761 unhoused individuals, and the goal was there was also a lack of funds to provide for homelessness resources, and there were 5,000 vacant properties in Oakland, which is what generated the desire for a vacancy tax. The vacancy tax in Oakland is based on the parcel, and if it's a residential single-family parcel, it's $6,000 per parcel. If it's a condo type parcel, it's $3,000 per unit. What is being considered potentially in San Francisco under their empty homes tax is very different. It's based on the size of the unit, and it increases based on the size of the unit. So it starts off at $2,500 for a residential unit that's under 1,000 square feet. It jumps up to $3,500 for units that are between 1,000 and 2,000 square feet, and then $5,000 for units that are over 2,000 feet. And then every year that it's vacant, it increases. In San Francisco, the primary goals or purposes of the tax are a little different than for Oakland. San Francisco is concerned about speculators and institutional investors who are acquiring properties just to maximize profit rather than have people live in those properties. So that's a little bit of background on the two vacancy taxes that we are aware of. You did at your last meeting ask questions on the commercial components of the vacancy tax. You had asked about why Oakland had the specific exemptions it had. We had a little bit of a challenge finding this answer. From what we saw in the staff reports, it was basically to address practical and hardship concerns from members of the public and allow for greater objectivity for staff to actually make determinations on the activities that would be taxed. You asked about a rolling vacancy tax year rather than a calendar year. Both San Francisco and Oakland do have a calendar year, and I think that the purpose of that is so that they can get, at least with Oakland, you have to get the information on the parcel tax submitted by August 10th, and there needs to be time to get that information to the county, make sure that we've calculated it accurately, provide owners notice and an appeal opportunity. So all of that has to be done before we can get the information on August 10th. So in theory, you could have a different year period, but you still have to get the information on August 10th. So it could be a little challenging, and we would recommend a calendar year approach should you proceed with the tax. You asked as well if the tax could be used for administration and enforcement, and the answer to that is yes. And you also asked if you could have a different tax structure for commercial vacancy taxes versus the residential property tax, and the answer to that is also yes. So what is before you tonight for consideration in our recommendation is for you to consider the commercial vacancy tax. We are not recommending the residential vacancy tax at this time, similar to San Francisco, given the complexity of the issues related to that and the size of the city. We are thinking that it would be better to move forward with the commercial vacancy tax and then see how that proceeds. And then should there be a desire, you could move forward at a future date on the residential component. On the commercial side of things, we would want to confirm the tax rates that are listed. We would also like to confirm the vacancy period. You previously had recommended a 6-month period for vacancy to be triggered. Again, assuming if the goal is economic revitalization, we'd want to confirm that the ground floor vacancy is what would trigger the vacancy issue, and that's what we're paying closer attention to. And then last but not least, we want to confirm the use of the tax. It is a special tax because it is a parcel tax on property, and we have listed some special tax uses based off of what you had previously discussed at your last meeting. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council members? All right. I get the sense that the taxing on business frontage may be more administratively burdensome than taxing on building square footage, for instance, because building square footage is data that already exists with the assessor, whereas building frontage does not. So one of my questions is, well, my question is, would changing the basis of the tax to something that the assessor already has simplify it administratively, which would reduce the cost of administering the tax? And there's a little catch here in that there are some buildings that it's a single building on a single parcel, but it has multiple commercial spaces in it. And so I don't know, I sort of doubt the assessor has that level of detail on what the size is of each individual space in a commercial building. So this approach may not save much administrative burden over going with building frontage.
I got the sense, and I'll defer to Nicole or Heather, that there would be some benefit to using the square footage, but it may also provide, if the goal again is the economic stability and revitalizing, it may not have the same impact as the linear square footage that's forward facing, if maybe we aren't so concerned about what's behind that isn't showing that's vacant.
Yeah, it's kind of a, cost benefit analysis. Do you gain enough by going with square footage to take the hit on maybe not attaining the goal quite as well or providing as much incentive. So, you know, I'm just posing this, so I understand there might not be an answer in the moment. Another question would be, you know, it seems like in the industrial areas, it's not really about frontage in the same way that it is in the commercial areas. It seems like it's more about, you know, use of the property on a square footage basis. So one thought would be to do commercial frontage in the commercial zone portions of the city, San Paulo, Solano, and do either building square footage or property square footage in the industrial portions of the city. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on the fly on that. I think from answers you've given before, we would have the latitude to do that, I'm guessing, but.
I think you would. I don't know if we're going to get into the 75 word count, be able to explain that. So I think practically wise, we wouldn't be able to do it because we have to be able to describe that in the 75. So when you have the other problem with the multiple methodologies is, you know, what are you going to cut in order to get that in?
Yeah, I guess the only property I can think of where going strictly with frontage would maybe not capture it is Target. Target, I believe, is in industrial zoning. If somebody tells me unless staff tells me otherwise, I will bring up the zoning map during comment. And it has a very small frontage on East Shore Highway. And so should that be vacant, you know, that would be a big part of the city that is not being utilized, that is vacant, but a very small frontage. So that's, I think, the one that gives me pause. All the properties along Cleveland pretty much have property lines perpendicular to Cleveland. So it's not an issue there. Let's see, has staff ever reached out to the owners of the vacant commercial properties in the past?
Yes, Mayor, we have through our economic development staff and consulting team with varying degrees of response in terms of status and intentions with their respective facilities, but it's an ongoing project for us.
Okay. And would you characterize, if you had like 3 buckets, you know, a bucket of, yes, we're working on it, we're going to get it leased, you know, whether they are or not, we're not responding, go away, and sort of neutral, how would you characterize the percentage if you can, and you may not be able to?
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't think we have our arms around it well enough yet because we've really just rebuilt our economic development program over the last 1.5 years or so. But it's absolutely something we're working on in conversations and making progress because we have people talking to people now. I don't think I could put numbers on it confidently right now.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's it for my questions. I'm not seeing any other council member. Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Well, my question is regarding the residential. I know your report stated, I guess if you can just bring clarity to the number of residential vacancies and what are we doing to fill those if we're not going to vote on having that tax measure on it right now? Like, what has been the communication component on that?
I don't know, Nicole, if that's a Jeff question or if we're able to answer that.
Yeah, we don't, besides what's drafted within our housing element, which is somewhat stratified to Albany, but more of a generalization based on a formula. We don't have a direct count on vacant residential facilities. We're just not staffed to that level. So in terms of administering any programs there, that's an area that we're just not staffed up with in terms of encouraging the property owners or landlords to rent their spaces as of yet. If it's a code enforcement issue, those work through the system in a different way as well.
Yes, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, this may have been, again, I apologize for having missed the previous discussion of this, and it may already have been discussed, but I did want to make sure people are aware of a common reason for vacant residential single-family homes throughout the country, including I've known of several here in Albany over the years, is when the resident enters skilled nursing. There isn't a lot of incentive to rent out the house because you can't keep the money if you rent it. It's recoverable by the state. I'm talking about people who stay in skilled nursing long enough to qualify for Medi-Cal. They can recover against the rent, and the entire premise of the Medi-Cal of these folks is that the way that they are shielding the home from Medi-Cal recovery is through their intent to return. They are in skilled nursing, but they remain. It might take a miracle for them to ever go home, but they want to go home. And that means that they can continue to hold on to their house. So this is not an issue that we could solve at the local level. All we could do really is either exempt them or potentially create a pretty severe hardship on people at a difficult time in their life.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. I will take the liberty of sharing my screen again because based on a comment from somebody who we are going to hear from again shortly, I went to the US Census Data to look up what it has to say currently. And so this is the statistics for Albany, and this is the 5-year average, which is all that we have for Albany because of our size. It's a 5-year average ending in 2020 from the American Community Survey. And so their total vacant residence estimate in Albany was, as you see, 278 plus or minus 102. I think what's more meaningful out of those is that their estimate of other vacant, which means not currently on the market for rent or for sale, is 77 plus or minus 44. So that's data for what it's worth. Well, I guess it's helpful to add, I believe there's about 8,000 residences in Albany, of which currently 1,000 are in University Village. So there's about 7,000 residences that are more or less on the private market, either owned or rented. And so with that, unless there's other questions, we'll go to public comment. And so, City Clerk, if you could admit the first. Thank you very much, City Clerk. Welcome.
Hi, this is Margie Marks. I'm calling on behalf of Albany Thrives Together. We support taxing vacant commercial units. We want you to add the housing units in Albany. Please bear with me. I'm going to quote some numbers from the 2015 to 23 housing element and the 2023 to 2031 draft housing element. I'll reference the page numbers so you can check my figures. In the 2015 to 2023 on page 3-39, it lists the vacant housing units in Albany. The categories listed for the vacant units are similar to what you had, Mayor. The categories were for rent, for sale only, rented or sold, not occupied, for seasonal, recreational, or occasional use, for migrant workers, and other vacant. In the 2015 housing element, there were 488 vacant units. 370 fell under the categories that I was mentioning. The other category was 118. If you look at the draft of the new housing element, page 3-48, we have 406 vacant housing elements with the same categories as the last housing element. The number of vacant units has risen from 118 to 167. By now, I know that we all know there's a housing crisis. To have a vacant housing unit is a total privilege. I actually know of one house in Albany that's been vacant for more than the last 8 years of the housing cycle. If an owner can leave, and the person's not in a nursing home, if an owner can leave a housing unit vacant for any period of time, they should pay for the privilege. We urge the council to tax the other vacant housing units in Albany. We're talking about 167, so it shouldn't be that hard to look them up. We want to see the money go into an affordable housing fund for the city of Albany, details to be worked out later. We ask the city amend the resolution to include housing units. I know Albany appears to be upper middle class. This is far from fact. In my time left, I want to give you some statistics from the draft housing element. I'll cite the page numbers. 3-8, 6.7 of households are single parents. 315, income is the single most important factor in determining housing affordability. 317, market rate ownership in Albany is generally not affordable to low, very low income. They comprise 25% of the population. Page 3-20, 39% of all Albany households are cost burdened. 16% are severely cost burdened. And I'm giving you these statistics because I'm trying to justify the Affordable Housing Fund. Page 3-21, 33% of white households are cost burdened, 45% of Asian, 50% of Hispanics, and 70% of Black households.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. All right, so I've got a few good ideas. You know, are we even talking about vacant land? Because there's a lot of vacant land, you know, we could just turn that into a community garden. You know, and also the city of Albany, why don't we rent or lease or buy some of these houses for sale? You know, can we apply for a grant and all these vacant, you know, commercial or residences can be turned into housing for homeless or housing for low income, right? It's just sitting there not being used. I mean, I've talked to Rego Sr., it's not doing so well, but you know, that house on Adams, it's been vacant for a long time. I know my grandpa was the last person to do maintenance on that property. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. I mean, I know Jerome sold all his properties to Mike a long time ago, but you know, maybe Mike can do something, you know, probably need his opinion. He owns a lot of real estate in Albany. You know, so I mean, the city of Albany bought a house in Richmond. It's called the Albany House, right? It's the Albany House, called the Albany House through what, Albany Cares or something. So obviously the city has been able to buy a house in an entire another county. I mean, in what, the city of Albany is paying property taxes to Contra Costa County? That's kind of an interesting one, huh? So why don't we get a budget from the state, or some money from somewhere, so the city of Albany can start owning some houses in Albany. And then the city of Albany could put up online, you know, we have these vacancies. That way, maybe Albany Cares could be a turnkey operation. Then that way, Albany Cares doesn't have to find landlords to accept a second party check. You know, you already have the program set up to where it's difficult. So there's some solutions there. You know, you got the money, you bought the Albany house in Richmond. So, all right, that's it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, I find it weird to hear these comments from people that don't even know what they're talking about. I own a small unit in Albany. It was vacant for a year because I had to have a massive amount of work done on it. They couldn't live in it anymore. I had to have half the foundation replaced, painting on the outside, structural damage. It cost me over $100,000. It was vacant. Are they going to charge me for having it vacant on top of putting all that money into it? Right now, I have to paint the inside and put a new furnace in there because you can't have somebody living in there without a furnace. Well, I can't afford it right now. Are they going to charge me because I can't? Are they going to pay me money to put the furnace in there? This is a hardship. I think it's 80% of the people in Albany are small owners. 8% of the property is owned by small owners, houses, duplexes, fourplexes. This is going to put a burden on them. They have to pay mortgages. They think people just, well, I don't want to rent it. Well, most people have to rent it because they have a mortgage to pay on it. They're hardworking. They spend their money on these places to keep them nice. And then you're going to put a tax on it. It's just ridiculous. And it's a hardship for most of these people. I'm just incensed. So I would ask you to please think about this before you do something like this and get a lot of information, because there will be a lot of people, small people, who will be hurt by it. How many large apartment buildings do we have in Albany? Not that many. It's mostly small owners that are struggling to make it and to fix the place up and make it nice. And with the money I put into this place and the rent control, I will never get the money back in my lifetime. I'm hoping to maybe pass it on to my children, but I won't get repaid for the money I put into it. And I charged reasonable rents before that. And so I'm really upset about this. So I hope you will think seriously before you do something like this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, City Council members. I just want to point out that the staff analysis on the residential vacancy tax is pretty accurate, and the vacancy rate is very low in Albany regarding residential properties, and the cost benefit just doesn't pencil out for the city to move forward with that. Simply put, we're glad that the residential vacancy tax is not something that's on the table at this point in time. And frankly, we don't think it should be moving forward, even if you do move forward with the commercial vacancy tax, because it just is not worth the city's time or effort or money for that matter. As for the commercial vacancy tax, we would hope that you possibly go out to the 26 vacant properties. And I know that the city manager did say that there was some outreach to those property owners to see why those properties were vacant, but there are a number of reasons why commercial properties are held vacant at times. And coming off the pandemic, one of those reasons might be that they simply can't find a tenant. There are a lot of folks that are going through hardship right now, especially small businesses, and there is a dearth of small businesses trying to come up, make a start and occupy some of these spaces. So perhaps the city can do some of the work to do the outreach, to go out to 26, it's not a Herculean task, 26 properties, see if it's worth the city's time to actually put this on the ballot and enforce it before moving forward with such a thing. I don't think, some of the other cities that you mentioned, City of Oakland, City of Berkeley, San Francisco, City of Oakland, for instance, had a real problem with blighted properties, with eyesores, and things that were creating real nuisances for the public. And quite frankly, some of the empty storefronts on Solano Avenue are far from eyesores. They're well maintained. They're simply empty. It would behoove the city to go out and do that good work before embarking on a monumental task of enforcing such a tax. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised. Last call. And we'll bring it back to council for council comments. Council members, Vice Mayor, any thoughts on these two potential vacancy taxes? Yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. When we were doing our strategic plan, I was in favor of both of these items. I thought that it might be, especially the residential, a way to eliminate some of the unsightly properties that we have, and perhaps some code enforcement, which has been high on my list for almost 8 years now. So I do want to thank staff and BBK for all their work in this. I think I noticed somewhere that I think Mala said it, that the goal was to consider, and I think that's what we're doing. So we are meeting our goal of considering whether these are good. But, you know, I don't think this is a responsible approach anymore. And certainly I don't support a residential vacancy tax. I don't think we have enough vacant property to make it worth our time. I don't think we have enough staff to do the work for this. I'd also like to wait on the commercial tax to get some data from San Francisco and from Oakland and to see how it actually works for them. Even though we're much smaller, it won't scale out, but at least we'll have some ideas as to what pitfalls they found. And I do think with the new focus on economic development and new staff in that department, that we need to give that a chance and give them an opportunity to work with the commercial owners and see what their needs are and why aren't they having tenants in their buildings, and how can we help them rather than how can we tax them. And just finally, I believe, we haven't decided yet, but I think there will be 2 taxes on the ballot. And I think we have to be careful of not having tax fatigue. And we really need the other 2. And I don't want to risk people just looking at this and going, 3, that's too many. No, no, no. I think we need to be a little bit strategic in how we do this. So at this point, I would prefer not to move either of these items forward.
Thank you. Thoughts from other council members? Or Vice Mayor? Well, I can go ahead. I agree with everything Councilmember McQuaid just said. The percentage of taking the number that was in the cited in the 2023 to 2031 housing element in production, it's about, I don't know, 2%, 2.5% of all residences that are in the private sector that are vacant for other reason. In other words, not on the market for rent, and not vacant for reasons that actually the residence is available. That's a pretty low number. The number I looked up on the census, I don't know why it's different, but it's an even lower number. It's like 1%. So, you know, there's so many potential life situations. I don't really see that as onerous. And my main purpose with the vacancy tax concept was to provide some motivation to bring properties back into the market. But I suspect that with many of those properties, as Councilmember Nason indicated anecdotally, this is such a small percentage that probably there is something more going on with those properties than is going to be motivated to change by a tax like this with the administrative burden on top of it. And then for the business license tax, seeing, you know, how few properties there are, I think we know where a lot of them are each because we see them all the time when we go by them. And so human psychology being what it is, you know, it's kind of a burr that we feel, but we don't really think about it in the context of all the businesses that actually are there. And so it's actually quite a small percentage of the commercial frontage. And what the city manager just said, which is there's an economic development department that has spun up now in the last year and a half in a way that it wasn't before as we come out of the pandemic. I do agree that I think giving that department more of a chance and giving property owners more of a chance to respond to that department's outreach seems like the right thing to do to me at this time. How does that strike anybody else? Yes, Councilor Nason.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm more receptive. I'm concerned about the residential vacancy. It seems hard to justify to me because, you know, it's kind of like when you say, well, there's a 4% unemployment rate, 4% of the population is out of work. Well, it's so much of it is just transition. And when a property is utterly neglected for absolutely no conceivable reason, you know, I don't know. I won't continue. Just I think that the residential, we don't have the kind of vacancy issues that either Oakland or San Francisco has, and I don't feel ready to go in that direction. I'm a little more receptive to the commercial idea, but I also feel, given everything that people have been through economically and are continuing to go through economically and may become much, much worse economically, this is not a great time to be doing this. Let's gather more information, see how things are working in other places that are doing it, and come back to it potentially when the time is when the economy is more settled and we have more information about the vacancies and people have had a chance to really try to build some recovery from the pandemic.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yeah, I mean, first off, just even if we didn't go forward with this, as other councilors have suggested, I do want to thank staff. I mean, it's obvious a ton of work went into this, of especially, comparing dissimilar programs and trying to find the best practices from that. So it's a lot of effort that I think we've really benefited from. And on the residential vacancy, I think that's one of those policies that is probably morally right in Albany, might not end up moving the needle as much as we would like. So, would be the right thing to do, but practically would be a small drop in the bucket. And, in a perfect world in which the whole of the Bay Area is under one governmental entity, we would have, one vacancy tax for all residential units in all of the Bay Area, and it would be easy to implement because it would be at one big level. But unfortunately, that's not where we're at. So I think it's something to keep on the radar, and something that, if we can find a way to do cost effectively and in a way that makes administrative sense, I would love to keep exploring. But to address the commentary, I think there are going to be a lot of other ways we can raise money for affordable housing. When we were first talking about ballot measures, I suggested, and we talked about having an affordable housing bond that's going to keep being explored. We talked with staff about that, and they said we can't really make it happen this year, but in the next cycle it may be more possible. And I think that would be our best option for getting funds for affordable housing. On the commercial side of things, I'm pretty happy with the design of this. But I don't feel especially strongly about moving it forward or not. I can see the argument from my fellow council members that it may not be the right time, or there's a lot of other taxes. I'm, speaking personally, I'm fine with all, with many taxes. I may not be in the majority in Albany. So if we want to do it strategically, then I get that.
Thank you. From London, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, staff and Mala, for your hard work on these initiatives and getting information to us. Thank you.
Do you have a judgment or opinion on whether it goes forward or not? Okay. All right. Well,
no. Thank you.
Okay. Well, then in that case, it seems like the sense of the council is that through staff's work, presenting and going and mining information and presenting it to us, we've reached the end of consideration of this potential tax measure for this election cycle. So thank you very much for doing that work. Yes, Councilmember Nason.
Before we begin the next item, might we possibly take a brief break?
How do others think about that, feel about that? I see general accedance. So yeah, we take a 5-minute break.
Great.
Okay, 5-minute break, everybody.
Thanks.
Yep. I think that was 5 minutes. I apologize. I forgot to set a timer. If somebody tells me I'm cutting our break short, please let me know. But I think we're good. I thank Councilmember Nason for taking action to maintain our sanity after 2.5 hours so we can continue to be as effective on behalf of the city as possible.
Thank my dog, Rosie.
Oh, yeah. Nice. They're like, enough already. Yeah, lovely. All right, well, with that, we are on to the third item of unfinished business, which is a potential property tax to fund EMS, emergency medical services, advanced life support, and fire protection / suppression. And City Attorney, thank you for number 3.
Number 3, this is our last one. You also talked about this tax at your April 18th meeting. This tax would be a new tax, as the mayor mentioned, for emergency medical services, advanced life support, and fire protection tax. It would replace and repeal the 2 existing taxes that we have for EMS services. The one thing I do want to, I'm going to share screen. We did prepare ballot language that's in the resolution and ordinance, but I have modified it for your consideration. And let's see. I think you can all see this.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So the revisions are, the reason we added the revisions, the bold is what's been added, and you can see the strikeout is we needed to reflect the CPI adjustment that is provided for in the tax. And so because we added some additional words, we needed to delete some additional words to stay within the word count. So our suggestion to do that was to delete with all funds remaining local and add local to the very beginning of the ballot measure and then reference the CPI adjustment. So that is what is before you for consideration. Happy to answer any questions. And if you'd like, I can stop sharing screen if you've had a chance to look at this.
I think we have. It's a pretty straightforward adjustment. Thank you for letting us know you made it and for making it. Are there any questions from council? Councilmember Gary.
Did the fire department have enough time to weigh in on this to make sure everything looked in what they wanted it to look like?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Gary. We have our fire chief here. I'd love to have him speak to that directly since he's been on the meeting. If you can bring up Chief Boydo.
Should be up any second.
Welcome.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the chance to speak on this. Councilmember Gary, yes, we've worked very closely with our finance director, city manager, Mayor Jordan. I believe you were part of some of the meetings as well, or at least you were part of the meetings as well. And this looks like a very reasonable ask. It's going to gain quite a few positive things for us. That's going to be a 7th person every single day, getting us closer to that national average of over 1 firefighter per 1,000 residents. It's going to help cover the overall costs of our EMS fund, so that it's paying for itself, so to speak. And I'm sure Finance Director Heather's going to be able to explain that better than I can in finance terms, but it's going to set us up for success into the future as well. So we're very excited. It feels like a reasonable ask to get us to that next step and providing our community with a better level of EMS and fire services than they already enjoy now.
Thank you so much.
Any other council members have questions? I have a question, which is, given the difference between the threshold, I'm sorry, you want to go ahead, Councilmember Quinn?
Why don't you finish?
Okay. Given the difference between the passage threshold for a tax measure that generates revenue for the general fund and a measure that generates revenue for a specific purpose, the first being simple majority, the second being 2/3 majority, could this be a general tax? I mean, it's a property tax. I can't think of any other property tax that's a general tax, so I don't know if that's possible, but
No, it's not possible. That's why you can't think of one because of Prop 218, because it's a property tax. It's got to be a special tax.
okay, thank you. I figured as much, but my job is to ask questions in part. So I asked the question. So we will know what our work is cut out for us if the council goes ahead. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I never understand this. So maybe Heather, this time I'll get it. Could you describe how the rent rebate works? Because I'm always confused if it correlates directly to a potential rent increase. How does that part work?
So when someone applies for the rebates that we have, we contract with a company called NBS to review their information to make sure that they qualify. And then if they are approved and the parcel qualifies and has, paid the tax, these, the renters, the city cuts a check to the renters out of the applicable tax funds.
So it doesn't matter whether or not they've actually paid the tax. Is that correct?
We don't track each individual, so the renters will just get it. And that's specifically for the renters. People who own their home, we simply don't apply the tax.
Right. No, I understand that. Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so in that regard, since what is in front of us is a tax per area of parcel, land area of parcel. Let's say for sake of argument, it's a 5,000 square foot parcel with 12 residences on it. I'm not sure why I picked that number. And one of let's say that building is going to have 2 residences that are for households that have low incomes. And so how would the rebate be calculated? Would it simply be 1/12 of what that parcel pays?
Correct.
Okay, great, thanks. That's pretty straightforward. And I would offer that in some of the data layers that I've seen now from ABAG, Albany's identified as a high resource area, which means it has a lot of transit, has a lot of services. It's generally higher income than average for the county. And I think that high sort of high tax, high service model is reflected in the rents. So while people who rent here don't pay a property tax line item on their rent, to some extent, the high services that we provide are causing higher rents to be incurred in this area. So it's indirect. It's not exact, but it's indirect. Are there any other questions? All right. No. Oh, yes, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is more appropriate for a question or a comment, but I'll ask it while we've got Heather in question answering mode. I was troubled. I'm troubled by one of the provisions of the resolution that says that unless a special tax is adopted by a 2/3 vote, the emergency medical services program will cease or be severely curtailed, resulting in a severe adverse impact on the health and safety of Albany residents. And I don't think we've ever made that finding. We've never been presented with any evidence that is true. There may be other, the emergency medical services program might be higher priority than some other program. What is the rationale? How do we, what does this mean exactly? And what is the evidence for it?
I can jump in. That wasn't something Heather added. That was something we provided for. So if we want to delete that or modify it accordingly, we're happy to do that. If you don't want it so strongly worded, and we can also work with the fire chief to reflect the wishes of both the city and the council.
Rochelle, can you tell us where you are exactly?
Page 10, top of the page, paragraph D.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it needs to be stricken because we just don't have any evidence that it is true. There's no reason to believe it's true, and I don't actually believe it's true. At least I know I haven't seen the evidence to believe it. So I would like to strike that. And it goes to a fundamental problem, you know, and I didn't support the tax the last time around, not because, I very strongly support the emergency medical services program and very much support having an additional fire personnel and so forth. I very strongly support that. But my concern is just that to a great extent, I don't know what extent, but certainly on the last one where we didn't have the extra fire personnel as part of the package, it looked like we were just taking the fire items out of the general fund and backfilling. So what we were really doing, it seemed like a bit of a switcheroo kind of thing where we were making sure we'd have money to pay pensions for all the employees, but using the attractiveness of the emergency medical services program to draw the votes. And the addition of the personnel does make this much more attractive from my perspective. But I still think we need to be sure that we're being straight up about what we're doing, and tell people, that this is not really about emergency services or fire protection. This is really about the overall economic health of the city. And we may be getting to the point where, it's going to get harder and harder to find more taxes to raise. And people may actually start saying no. And I think that we really need some long-term financial planning that is really realistic about what we're going to have to pay for and when, and where the money's going to come from. So anyway, now I've definitely gone into comments, but I if there's no objection to dropping that particular language, that would be an improvement from my perspective.
I think I see a motion maker in the future. we'll get there.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Yes, I see Councilwoman McQuaid. Your hand is yellow on somewhat of a yellow background. That's why I keep missing it. I apologize.
I will try to change the color of my room so that it doesn't blend.
Yeah, there we go.
We'll make the wall a different color. It'll be fine. I just, in reading this, looking for what Rochelle was talking about, skimming through it really fast, I did see one reference to his, her. And again, I think we need to have gender appropriate language. And I think, Mal, if you want, I can try to look for more, but I did see one. So I'll send that to you too.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman McQuaid. Looking to see if anybody else indicates they have a question. Not seeing that there is one. I think we can go to public comment now. Thank you, City Clerk. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. This is Jeremiah here. So I was doing the math, and Mr. Mayor, I do know why you said 5,000 square feet, because that's the typical 50 by 100 lot, right? Simple math. So let's say you take that simple 50 by 100 lot and you multiply that by 0.074. You know what number you get? You get $370. So that's the property tax increase, $370. I don't know why you guys didn't make that whole number available to the public. You know, so about transparency, hello. So $370, and there's about what, Fire Chief, you got about 100 houses per block, you know, odd plus even. There's about 50 houses each block, right? Give or take. So maybe my math is wrong there. But anyway, so if you times that by 100, $370 times 100 by one block, that's generating $37,000 in revenue on average per block. So how many blocks are in Albany? You know, I'm just going to say times 25. Well, that's $925,000. It's almost $1 million. So by this tax on the citizens, you're going to probably generate close to $1 million a year. So, you know, let's say I vote yes. Well, I want to see another fire truck the first year. You know, I want to see the money spent well, because you guys just spent almost $500,000 on some walkie-talkies, okay, and a couple AED devices. So, and also you guys can get a government discount. When you buy stuff like this, you can say, hey, we're the fire department, we're a government entity, we need a discount. So please explore that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, we got to do what we got to do. So it's up to the city council. That's it.
Thank you. I will offer that the 5,000 square foot lot, which is the size I happen to own, so should this go forward, that is the amount I would be paying. But that is the largest size lot, generally, residential lot in Albany. I mean, there are a few that are larger, so that's not the average that would be being paid. Based on the data that was available for structuring this tax, the average tax per residence in Albany, per the thousands of residences in Albany, would be, if I recall correctly, a little over $160 per residence, which would be a $50 increase per residence over the combined two current taxes. So it's an increase of $50 on average for the residences. Some are going to have a larger increase, others are going to have a smaller increase. And because it brings commercial properties in on an equal basis, it's going to about double the revenue that the actually, I think more than double the revenue that the current two taxes generate. So it goes quite a bit further in terms of generating revenue than it does in terms of raising the tax on residences. Yes, Councilor Nason.
What would the increase be for a 5,000 square foot lot?
So my wife and I currently pay, I think it's 115, so it'll be 260.
So about a tripling. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, that is by design. Part of my goal in structuring it this way, and you know, I think hopefully we explained in the ad hoc report, was to make this a graduated tax. So again, on the theme that you might have come to know and love, or maybe not so much for me. I'm trying to shift Albany's tax structure to support greater economic equity, given that we are in a time of peak economic inequity in our history, and our area, it has a peak inequity for our country at this moment in time. Yeah, so I don't know if there's other comments from any council members. Yes, Councilor McQuaid.
Thank you. I understand what Councilmember Nason is saying in item D there, but I'm not sure it's totally wrong either. And rather than to simply remove it, is there an opportunity to move this forward and bring back some massage, for lack of a better term, massage language on that one phrase? Because I think it is important for people to understand that services are paid for by taxes. They don't just appear magically. And EMS is very expensive. And I think we want to indicate that in some way. I'm not sure this is exactly the right language, and I certainly don't have any language right now. But I'd like to think about bringing that one section back, but moving the item forward. Is that doable?
I think if I can just say, Councilmember McQuaid, we would plan on bringing this back anyways at the beginning of July with the other tax. And so we could make the revisions to the gender neutral language that you had mentioned, and then any other revisions that the council would like to see. And then at that point, the council could adopt.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, what percentage of the fire and emergency services of what percentage will still be paid from the general fund, and which will be taken will be off the general fund should we pass this?
So I think I can offer it's designed so that the tax makes the pays for the totality of EMS, if I have that correct, and ALS. That's the goal.
It does. Okay. Well, that wasn't the goal last time.
Right. That's the goal this time.
Okay.
And from that perspective, item D, and I appreciate you bringing that to the fore. I mean, item D is true if the council says it's true, basically.
I don't go that way. No, I'm sorry.
Well, hear me out. Hear me out.
Right.
I'm not arguing that it should stay the way it is, but it's a council fiduciary decision. If this tax doesn't pass, there will continue to be a drain on the general fund, and that drain will increase. And my perspective was similar to yours before I was on the council and I understood the budget and the EMS fund and the transfer in of the general fund and the things that our finance director has kindly held my hand in educating me to. Now I understand that's not the case, and it's particularly not the case because there is an option. Albany doesn't have to provide transport. It's one of 4 cities that does. The cities that don't.
We all know that. That's
well, but I think it's helpful for people who are listening as well to know this. And so if this doesn't pass, the council is going to be faced with a fiduciary decision. Do we keep, essentially subsidizing this service out of the general fund? Or do we say, well, the voters made a decision and we can no longer support this given where our budget is headed, which is structural deficit, actually realizing a deficit, and therefore we have to go to Hvac. So, there is some reality on the table here.
But it's not the fact. There's certainly never been a determination by the council that this is the lowest priority for our general fund. And that's what it implies. That if this doesn't pass, then we will cut this particular program. And we've never done that. And as far as the structural deficit, there is a pension issue that is going to need to be dealt with. But I have not yet seen any long-term plan that clearly demonstrated what our deficit is and how much it is and when we're going to run into liquidity issues. We need a long-term plan. And I know we got a reserve fund policy, and that's wonderful. Every household should have a reserve fund, but a reserve fund is not a long-term financial plan. And we do need that. And we can't claim even that we have a structural deficit without having clearer information than we have had to date.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Could we simply change it to read could cease or be severely curtailed instead of will?
We could say it may cease, sure.
Yeah, may, could. I'm not sure which one is the better one, but I think that would solve the problem. Not make it an absolute definite, but certainly give the reality that could be the truth.
That could be the outcome.
That could be, thank you. The outcome is better than truth because absolutely.
It could be. I'd rather we had a plan, but if changing the language is that would make it less, it would not be truly false. It would be, I think it would still be improbable, but it would be, so we would say the emergency medical services program may cease or be severely curtailed. I don't know, guys.
I can live with that.
If you guys can all live with it, then you're 4-1 anyway. So don't worry.
I don't know what we are. Yeah.
Well, I'm making assumptions here. I'm the only one who wails and stamps her feet about finances. So. All right.
Councilmember Gary.
But can we hear the chief's thoughts on the language and just get his buy-in? That would be great.
I can understand where Councilmember Nason is coming from on this. I would think that having our ambulance service would continue to be the high priority that is now, even if we had to make some other tough decisions on other programs that the city was funding through their general fund. I think we can change the language to something that's a little bit milder, but still could be true. The council could be faced with a situation where you have to make a decision. Is it Falk? Is it the next county EOA provider? Is it contracting services out? It could be any of those pieces, but it's not going to be the same as the service that that the citizens are enjoying and trusting that we have now. So that's the most important piece of the message is we have a very special system. The citizens, obviously are funding that through property taxes and special taxes and such. And this would be a way to finalize it and get it to where we know it's going to cover the cost now and should cover it in the future, so that it is a solid, something we don't have to worry about type of central program for the public's health and safety. So I think we could come up with language that's a little bit more less threatening potentially. I guess when you first read that, that's probably not the right statement, but
less emphatic, maybe less final.
Yes, it's something where because theoretically we could end up in a situation depending on where the costs of providing public safety to fire, EMS, specifically EMS. But I think we can find a more of a middle ground if that's not as, I guess, yes, not as emphatic.
In Sacramento, they call this a shoot the puppy strategy. Pass the tax or we'll shoot the puppy.
Yeah, no.
Well, we can find better language for sure.
Yeah. Great. All right. I don't know if there's any other comments, and noting, I think this item, as per city attorney, was for direction. Rather than passage. Vice Mayor Tiedemann. Oh yes, go ahead.
Have we public comment yet?
Yeah, we had public comment. It's getting to be that time of the night, but yes, I didn't blow it this time. It does happen. I appreciate you looking out for me. I will always accept that. Vice Mayor Tiedemann, I don't know, it's 4 a.m., 5 a.m. I don't know what it is where you are now. We haven't heard from you. So if you can kind of give a yay or nay or some sense.
6 a.m. I I'm fine with those as presented, and I'm fine with changing the language to be a little bit less shooting of the puppy. However, we want to, have that brought back to us and phrased. But overall, I'm very happy with this.
Thank you, and thank you again for your service. All right. Well, with that, get back to my notes here, and that brings us to new business, which is a
Mayor Jordan. Can I just clarify?
Sorry.
Did you want us to on the one recital that there was quite a bit of discussion? Did the council want us to rework it with the fire chief in totality, or just switch it to may cease to address that issue?
I think you should put the fire chief and get this, because it's their department. That's my opinion.
Yeah, that's fine with me. And you may decide that switching one word is good enough, or you may have other ideas based on this conversation.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for clarifying. So new business, this is a proposal that the master fee schedule, when it comes back for update, for its annual update, would include waiving the permit fees for replacing gas firing appliances with electric appliances. So, this articulates with our heat pump, heating, ventilation, air conditioning subsidy program, for instance, so that if somebody's going to replace a gas firing furnace with an electrically driven heat pump heating system and cooling system, they would not be paying the permit fees. Instead, the permit fees would be paid for with the climate or greenhouse pollution reduction and climate adaptation reserve fund that is funded by a portion of the Measure DD revenue. I think I laid out the logic in the memo, but basically the idea is, if we're trying to move people from gas to electric, this is something we can do. It's a little odd to be asking people to do that and then charging them on the backside for a permit fee. That doesn't provide an incentive that the city could provide to move in the direction that benefits the city, obviously, potentially, as well as the individual. And interestingly, I appreciate we've already gotten one message saying, hey, I might jump on this. Thanks. I like this idea because I have 2 residences that I'm thinking of converting over. So any questions or thoughts? Not seeing any. Going to public comment. Not seeing any hands raised. Bringing it back to council. Is there any, I guess there's no discussion because there's no questions. Maybe there is discussion, but all right.
Seems like an easy one.
You never know.
Thank you for bringing it up.
Well, then I think I would move the recommendation to provide staff direction to bring back a master fee schedule with this change to it. Is that the way I should go here?
Seconded.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded. The recommendation has been moved and seconded. City Clerk, will you please poll the council?
Councilmember Gary?
Yes.
Mayor Jordan?
Yes.
Councilmember McQuay?
Yes.
Councilmember Nason?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor Tiedemann?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And that moves us to council reports on representation to county and regional bodies and any other meetings that council members have attended that they would like to report. Are there any volunteers? All right, well, yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
I think the last EBC meeting I went to, the main update was changes to our budget. We, due to just changes in how power was procured and state rates, EBCE has more money than expected, which they are planning to reinvest a large percentage of in service, which means that people may see their rates go down. There is a lot of money for programs in the service area, as well as for investing in asthma treatment, an asthma treatment program with UCSF. That was all discussed but not approved, so that will come as a final thing when the budget does.
Thank you. Councilwoman McQuaid.
Thank you. I attended the Bike to Wherever celebration, which was great. The Senior Center Pancake Breakfast. I attended a 2-day virtual conference from the American Society of Evidence-Based Policing. I was at the dedication of the Albany sign. There was an Everyone Home meeting. East Bay Division met last week with Congressman DeSagne, and we were also at the Chamber Mixer.
Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid.
Yeah, I did a number of those things as well. The mixer and the Albany Greenway signs. I also attended the CTC meeting, which, as usual, was very interesting, and as usual, did not have much anything specific for Albany. What else have I done? I went to the Park Advisory Committee, which is an appointment not from this council, but from the Council of Mayors, which is making their serious decisions coming up about trails and mountain bikes on trails, and people might have an interest in that. But again, it's not Albany specific. And I think that's all that I have.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gary? Okay. Thank you. I attended the Stop Waste meeting, which is an agency that is both the Waste Management Authority of Alameda County and the Energy Council. And the board passed the budget for the next fiscal year for the agency, for both those aspects of the agency. And also received a legislative update on the bills it is following in terms of support, watch, and oppose. Don't probably need to say much more about that. So with that, we'll go to future agenda items, and I think I'll take the opportunity here, given that I've been trying to keep track of these and log them. So requests from Councilmember Carey that I have that have not been fulfilled yet. Librarian report to council. If I recall correctly, the city manager in one of her weekly emails to council indicated that is coming. I don't know if it's next meeting or the following meeting, but it's on its way. Permanent parklets, that will be coming to council after it goes to the Economic Development Committee one more time, is my understanding. It was a question about a report on intern that the city had, who was looking at city communications and sharing a report on their findings. My understanding from the city manager, and please correct me if I'm wrong, was that work didn't result in a specific report. I think there was a presentation to staff, but beyond that, there wasn't a written document that came out of that. Crossing safety, such as on Solano Marin, the city is currently in a grant-funded program for a consultant who's studying local road safety. And so that will come to the council at some point. I don't know exactly what the check-in points on that are, but they're analyzing the data to understand what the safety is, what the danger is in different intersections, and which ones should be focused on first in terms of intervention. There was a request, and Councilmember Gary reiterated tonight to get an update on the rat infestation on a portion of Madison Avenue, which is also affecting residents on other streets. The city attorney did provide us an update, but I suppose if the city manager can include information on that next time in her report, that would be helpful. And update on Albany Hill Forest Management. The Parks, Rec, and Open Space Commission had an update on that at its last meeting. So that is ongoing, it's active. information be looked at there for the latest. Update on negotiation with Waste Management Authority or Waste Management of Alameda County. That'll come back when there is progress from the negotiations that is ready for the council's consideration. Cleaning of Solano light fixtures. Staff did look into this and found that the main issue is actually trees blocking the lighting, and so pruning has been undertaken. They did find the light fixture at the northwest corner of Solano and Curtis could stand upgrading to be more functional, and that upgrading is in process. And then there was a request to have an item about free city Wi-Fi. And in that regard, I think it would be necessary and helpful if Councilmember Gary could generate a report with recommendation that the council could consider as a way to potentially kick off that item. And then Councilmember Nason, outstanding items. I think the main one, there were some here that, there was bring back the additional recreation position, sometime down the line, I think it's fair to say. She was potentially going to update the sustainability section or statement to address include climate change. So when and if you produce that and can provide it, we'll get that on the agenda. And then Councilmember Nason requested to have information presentation on the private dog park on Caltrans land. That, as I understand it, no, forget that. Okay.
Not needed. I got the information and it's all available to people and it's being circulated to the world.
Okay, very good. I will remove that one from my list. So that is my attempt to try to show what I'm tracking. I may have missed things. I apologize if I did. Please upgrade my consciousness on that. And Councilmember Nason.
We've had two requests for kind of symbolic type statements in connection with this meeting. One is an email we had about opposing assault weapons, and the other is the comments that I thought were quite excellent comments today about the horse racing. We have never, these are things we can't do anything about, but that are very painful and cause a great deal of stress and sadness in our city, and they might be things that we want to consider making symbolic resolutions. And I would be happy to work on those if there's, if we might bring those back so that that people feel they have the support of their city on these things that mean so much to them, even if we lack power to make a difference.
Thank you. I would be interested in joining informally, obviously not even as an ad hoc committee, but informally on the horse racing resolution.
Great.
Yeah. Any other future agenda items from any council members? Not seeing any. We'll provide 1 minute. Thank you, City Clerk. You're right on it. 1 minute for hello.
Hello. So yeah, I was going to have 3 future agenda items. One is going to be school zones, and also the next is going to be the Civics Academy. And third, but not least, is the Golden Gate Fields. Just the fact that, it involves gambling and drinking and crime. And it's just the drinking and the gambling is just such a habitual thing. And I don't think drinking and gambling is really good for anybody. So yeah, let's please talk about those. Thanks.
Thank you. And with that, I don't know if anybody has city meetings or events to announce specifically. Not seeing any. This evening, we are adjourning the City Council meeting in memory of an Albany resident who has passed away recently. Councilmember McQuaid, would you care to share with us?
Yes, excuse me, thank you. Pasquale Petty, caring husband, extraordinary father, doting grandfather, died on May 30th, 2022 at the age of 94. He was born in Belleville, New Jersey, graduated from Seton Hall University, and was a chemist at Exxon for 35 years. Pat was a proud Italian-American, Army veteran, Franciscan of the Catholic Church, Eucharistic minister, and volunteer for St. Vincent de Paul Society. He was married to the love of his life, Rita Bonami, for 65 wonderful years. He was an exceptionally nurturing father and cherished his grandchildren. An avid Yankees fan, foodie and gardener, he prioritized family, faith, and love in everything he did. His gentle smile and generous nature will be missed. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a moment of silence. Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid, Nason, Gary, Vice Mayor Tiedemann, City Manager, City Attorney, KLB, which I presume is Jeremy behind there, but I never quite know, and City Clerk, and the attendees who have stuck with us, and any other staff that I missed.
Special shout out to the Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry, right?
Special shout out to the Vice Mayor.
Yeah, special shout out. Yeah. 6:20 a.m.
Yeah, I'm going back to sleep.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm going back to sleep.
Yeah, that's got to be a record for an Albany City Council member in its 110 years of existence, or however long it's been, 114. So thank you very much. All right, all. Until next time, take care. Good night.
Bye.
Good night. Thank you, Mayor.